Motherfucker. Money on my motherfucking mind. Cut 5 haircuts at the same time. White gold pants, jet ski, made a wine. Foie gras bust of Albert Einstein. Get money.
Money at my motherfucking town. A mansion, a ranch, and a camp in a town. A motherfucking store with the floor made of scalps. Bobby from the block don't got rocks, he got Alps. Get money.
Money in a motherfucking jar. Sharks and pastry, summers on Mars. 20 motherfuckers in a levitating car. 747 full of women and cigars. Get money.
Money in a motherfucking pot. A castle full of cars and a yard full of yachts. A leopard with a mink and an arm full of clocks. All hand wound every day by a spot. Get money, 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 get 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 money, 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 motherfucker. Gotta get my motherfucking money. Gotta get my motherfucking money. Gotta get.
Money is a motherfucking joke. 40 bald eagles sewn into a coat. Zoo with the crib, mermaid in the moat. Buy another strip mall every 8th note. Get money.
Money ain't a motherfucking bribe. It's a sport I invented to win when I watch. And know all the rights and the lights and the locks. Even know all the ice and the Sprite you just dropped. Get money.
Money in your motherfucking life. 2-ton angel carved out of ice. Alligator sailboat, dollar sign ice. Fill a warehouse full of Van Goghs twice. Get money.
Money on your motherfucking heart. I can give it to my dog. He makes money when he balls. Put it in my fridge or in one of my palms that I bought so my robots could learn how to log. Get money. Money, 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 get money, 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 get money, 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 get money.
Hello, how are you doing? VOD friendly music. It was a remix. It counts. It counts. Yeah, new game. Another new RPG. I'd craved the strength and certainty of steel. Yeah. Hey Len. Hey SS. Hello everyone. So I did a quick check of the game. I think to be safe, I'm going to be doing what I do with Baldur's Gate, where I zoom the screen out so you can see every corner of it. And then just fill in some of the dead space on the screen a little bit. Okay. Let's get that off. So yeah, 40k Rogue Trader. I'm unsure how many people watching this are or are not familiar with 40k. I feel like most people will have at least a passing familiarity of the IP. I'm about to sneeze. Excellent start to the stream. You're in the passing familiarity group. Okay, so basically, you know, it's Warhammer 40k. It takes place 40,000 years in the future. Humanity is united mostly under a fascist religious dictatorship empire that worships their undead emperor who lives on Earth, also known as Terra. There's a bunch of aliens, there's a bunch of heretics, and there's crazy Event Horizon space gods that want to kill everyone. That's basically it. Now, what is a rogue trader is someone who receives permission from the highest echelons? Echelons. The highest levels of Imperial society to conduct trade and diplomacy on behalf of the Imperium with basically anyone. You basically have a piece of paper that says I can do whatever I want. They tend to be very rich, they tend to be very corrupt, and while officially they don't answer to anyone except for like the highest members of the Empire, in practice they tend to push their boundaries until they come up against something that they can't buy their way out of and then die. That's what happens to quite a few rogue traders. And in this game you play as one. Okay, so we have got the main story here. Take up the mantle of a rogue trader, the scion of an ancient dynasty of daring privateers that reign over the Trade Protectorate and explore the fringes of the known galaxy. Darkness looms over the bloodline of Von Valancius as it faces multiple threats, from within its own ranks and without, as countless enemies seek to destroy the most daring and brave agents of humanity. It is up to you to hold the reins of the Shattered Protectorate and forge a new path for the Von Valancius dynasty, currently finding itself in a vortex of wars, intrigues, calamities, and heresy. The stakes are high and rise even higher as you cross paths with terrifyingly powerful and ambitious adversaries in the darkness of the Coronis Expanse. Oh, we're actually in the Coronis Expanse for this one, that's okay. Okay, game difficulty. I am just going to keep this at normal. Okay, we get to make our character. I will make a custom character. Okay, first up, portrait. We got some good ones here. I kind of like this guy. But let's see what else we got. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to keep going until I see a picture that I like, and then I'm going to try and make the character based around the picture. I kind of like... no, we can't play this. Look at this fucking guy. I mean, we could. Powdered wigs are timeless. They're like the literal opposite of timeless, but yeah. That one's pretty sick. I like this one. He is so married 8 times. No, I mean, it could be both, Len. Are we going to play this guy? Because if I play this guy, I'm going to role play as to how I think this guy would operate. Fucking look at him. I mean, that being said, he does look like the announcement page here, so maybe it's a sign. Rogue Trader, yeah, we're just deciding on what picture we're going to go with. At the moment, in my head, it's between this one and this one. Do we go with the cool lady in the big gown, or do we go with Brian Butterfield here? You want to be a gimmick? No, well, you know... Fuck, do I name him after Brian Butterfield? Brian Butterfield. You want to be Henry VIII incarnate? Shit, yeah, okay, we're gonna pick this guy. There is an option here for custom, actually. We can... Oh, is it just completely fucked him? Yeah. No, he was all made up. I have to recreate him from scratch. This is awful. Brian Butterfield. Saturday is treat day. All of these look fucked up. I need the hair. I need the hair back. Yeah, there we go. This is already a travesty. This is the character we're gonna have to look at for like the playthrough. Why am I doing this? Is it not Robo-Eye anyway? I'm not seeing a bionic eye anywhere in here, so I assume that's going to be some kind of equipable item instead.
I'll see you terminated! You didn't stand a chance!
Pretty good.
I am but a vessel for the higher purpose!
Applaud my brilliance. Watch this spectacle unfold. Death's hand reaches for me. Behold the wrath of madness. Curiosity sings in my veins. Time for a round of space regicide. The destination is known. What curiosity unveils itself before me?
Fuck. This is just the most wretched, horrible little man. Look at him. He's awful. He is.
What curiosity unveils itself before me?
He is. He's awful. Look at him. But he's ours. We still have time to back out. Do we go with this guy for the playthrough? Because I kind of like him, but I'm like, am I going to be sick of him after like an hour? Do you know what I mean? See, look at that physique though. That's strength. That's a strong physique. Like, that's what real strength looks like. That's a good core there. I say roll it? Okay, we'll roll it. Homeworld. Alright, well, he certainly wasn't born on Death World. Okay, so... If he's Voidborn, he gets Fortune. Willpower, Intelligence, Strength. I have played the RPG a bit, so I kind of recognize a bunch of this. Okay, so this is like a crit. We'll go with Imperial World for now. We'll go with Imperial World for now. Oh, okay, I have to choose here what I apply Humanity's Finest to. Considering that we're a rogue trader, it should probably be Fellowship. Oh, I did Fellowship for now. Okay, so here's our options. We can make him a Imperial Guard commander. He's not a commissar. Look at, he's not a commissar. Could be a crime lord. That could fit. No, noble. It's gotta be noble, right? Yeah. It's gotta be noble. So we gain intelligence, fellowship. The noble assigns one ally who will become their servant until the end of combat. Anytime the noble's abilities affect the servant gains +5 to all characteristics until the... Yeah, okay. Fellowship noble. Yeah, okay. So he has talents. You do something. If the noble uses an ability on their servant, the servant gains +1 AP. Okay. If a noble and the servant are adjacent to each other at the start of the noble's turn, they both gain temporary wounds. If the servant kills the target that the noble dealt damage to last turn, the noble gains +1 AP. +2 movement points. And you can designate a new servant. Okay. So this is all about having like a bodyguard character with you. Okay, so I have to choose persuasion, commerce, or coercion. Okay, persuasion or commerce. How often does commerce get used in this? I imagine probably quite a bit, but... Does he make deals, or does he persuade people? Calculates the flavor of chips in his head. See, that seems more commerce to me. Yeah, let's go commerce. Okay, so Darkest Hour. We have to choose one of these. So, the mysterious tome that was discovered in your family library exacted a terrible toll on your mind. -5 law warp. You're a bastard, an illegitimate member of a family that immediately turned its back on you. -5 law imperium. Where you were kidnapped for ransom, and your captors mistreated you up until the moment you were released. -5 carouse. I could see him having a chip on his shoulder about being a bastard. Yeah, we'll go with that. Okay, archetypes. So, officer uses willpower and fellowship to improve combat capabilities of their allies. Yeah, go with that. Okay, so this leads into Vanguard, Master Tactician, and Grand Strategist. Yeah, okay, we'll go with officer. Right, now it's time for the nitty-gritty stuff. So, I want high fellowship. Are we thinking weapon or ballistic skill? I think I'm going to be hanging back, so I think ballistic skill is going to be a better choice. You want something in at least one combat skill. He's full of BS, yeah. Let's go ballistic. Toughness, always good. Agility, always helpful. Intelligence. I want to get these numbers up. No, I'm going to lower agility, I'm going to increase toughness. No, I'm not. Yes, I am. Yeah. Yes. Okay. And here is our ship. A sword-class frigate. The Von Valancius flagship is the mightiest void ship belonging to the Von Valancius dynasty. Every system aboard the frigate has been tried and tested in innumerable engagements. Its weapon and turrets deliver hard-hitting volleys with pinpoint accuracy. Its plasma drives are rugged yet reliable in extreme conditions. The flagship size and maneuverability are perfect for pursuing smaller, faster raiders and for hunting the countless pirates, Xenos, and heretics in the Coronis expanse. Numerous Von Valancius rogue traders have acknowledged the exceptional performance of this vessel, and, with a few minor updates, the flagship has continued to faithfully serve the Von Valancius dynasty. So we need to name it. I need to think of a suitably 40k name. They all have names like... So when I was playing the RPG, I was playing a rogue trader, and my ship was called the Impetuous Ruination. Love that ship. It was a great ship. Another time I played as a rogue trader, I was in a ship called the Cardinal Sin. Impotent Rage. No, you don't want to call your ship Impotent Rage. That's bad luck. It has to sound cool. No one wants to serve on a ship that sounds like it sucks. The Deep-Seated Belief? No. Portents of Divinity? Yeah. Let's call it the Herald of Misfortune. There we go. Herald of Misfortune. And our name will be Brian Von Valancius. Brian B. No, because with the Von doesn't work. Brian Butterfield. That's the name of his mother. His illegitimate parent. Oh, did they add that already? Okay, we'll just go with Brian then. His illegitimate parent was Butterfield. Okay, we'll go with this. This is going to be one of the most important runs of all time. Okay. He is an illegitimate noble bastard who has a chip on his shoulder and a tenuous grip on reality, and he has a lot to prove. All right, that's Brian. Yep, that's 40k, all right. You know, just in case you're in doubt as to who the bad guys of the setting are, you see that.
An excellent place for contemplation. One has the best view of the cathedral from here. Mesmerizing, wouldn't you say? An impeccable manifestation of the God Emperor's sublimity.
Okay, we can instantly choose the tone here. Truly an awe-inspiring... I'm not going to do the voice for the whole thing. Truly an awe-inspiring sight. Frankly, such excess can be tiring. All this ostentatious luxury, this laughable pretense, is it enough to make one think that the architect's meant to compensate rather than glorify? Have we met, and do you have a particular reason for disturbing me? I could see him being kind of a prick. I'm gonna go with this one. All this ostentatious luxury, this laughable pretense. Although, no, he's all about laughable pretense. This is Brian Butterfield, alright? He has a lot to prove. Truly an awe-inspiring sight.
That is the purpose of all temples to the God Emperor. To inspire awe and reverence. For it is the duty of his servants to persevere in their tireless service until they are presented with a chance to give their very life for the master of humanity. Allow me to introduce myself. Conrad Voigtwehr, Master of Whispers, in the employ of Her Ladyship Rogue Trader Theodora von Valencias. At your service. I haven't had the pleasure of speaking with you in person before.
Duke Brian Eos Venria de Val af Calixus. You may call me your grace. Oh my god. Or I have no intent of introducing myself. I mean, yeah, let's be a prick. Duke Brian Eos Venria de Val af Calixus. You may call me your grace.
My deepest respects to you, your grace. A noble of the Imperium. It's been a long time since Providence last brought such eminent guests aboard this vessel.
Oh, is he BMing me? I think that's going to happen a lot. People are just going to be, like, making fun of Brian.
I will be frank with you. You may forget your past titles, no matter who gave them to you, or what their origins are. From the moment you and the other candidate were brought aboard this void ship, your fate changed. You now serve Lord Captain Theodora von Valencias, and carry the burden of an heir of this house. Henceforth, you share your dynastic name with Her Ladyship. Bear it with honor.
You say I am one of the Rogue Trader's heirs, so there is another candidate?
There is. And you will meet him soon enough.
Why am I aboard this vessel?
So that you may fulfill your blood duty. Whatever obligations you had before, they are henceforth null and void. By order of the Lord Captain, you have been requisitioned to serve the Rogue Trader, indeed blessed by the God Emperor. Your former position may have been different from conventional service as part of one of the institutions of the Imperium. But from now on, a different fate awaits you. One chosen for you by the Lord Captain.
How's the... Let me know if the game volume
I
needs
advise you
tweaking,
to
by the way.
come to terms with this reality as quickly as possible.
You have a curious title, Master of Whisperers. What are your responsibilities?
To put it plainly, I am the head of the network of spies and informers who serve the interests of House von Valencius. I uncover weak links both among Lady Theodora's retinue and in the ranks of her rivals. I eliminate our vulnerabilities and exploit those of others.
Tell me about the one on whose ship I've found myself.
I would rather not discuss the Lord Captain behind her back. Especially not on board her ship. No one knows better than I that whispers are wont to attract particularly close attention. Suffice it to say that her ladyship is the bearer of the sacred warrant of trade and a woman of immense power and entitlement. However privileged your position may be, I ask that you do not incur her anger by being disrespectful or obtuse. Lady Theodora despises both qualities.
Okay, so what's happened here? I thought that you start as a member of the Rogue Trader dynasty. No. She has plucked Brian from the noble house that he was in, right? Which means that she went knocking, and they were like, shit, we gotta give someone to this Rogue Trader. Hey, let's give that bastard that no one likes over. They put some nice clothes onto him and then packed him off to join this lady. They wanted to get rid of him. That's the canon in my head, right? Hang on, we got an ad play. Let me just wait until this ad's over. So yeah, the canon in my head is that this rogue trader Theodora approached this noble house and were like, give me one of your sons, and they all agreed, they all hated Brian, so they just sent him here. Now the thing I need to decide is, he's saying don't be rude to her. Brian seems like the kind of guy to me where he'll be nice to people that he can't boss around. Like he'll be like a little toad, right? He'll be like, oh yes, your grace, and then behind their back he'll be like, fucking hate that guy. So I think we're gonna do that. I assume you had some goal in mind when you decided to seek me out. Let us address it.
But of course, I have come to invite you to a meeting with Lady Theodora. I imagine you have many questions for your patron.
Yeah, Brian's a sucker.
And I'm sure she has just as many questions for you. It is regrettable that you haven't yet had an opportunity to speak. It has been an arduous voyage thus far. The Lord's Captain and Master Egelthrad von Valencius are conversing on the observation platform. Let us join them there.
Curiosity sings in my veins.
Oh my god, we're gonna have to hear him talk whenever he moves. I heard the seneschal giving the senior officers another public dressing down. I don't know what it was for this time, but Werserian would latch on to any slip-up as an excuse to give someone an earful. A massive conference table, obviously crafted from real wood. A resource of incredible value aboard a void ship. Brian looks at it, it's like, I don't know what this nerd shit means. The zoomed in portrait kind of reminds me of Morshu.
In
Oh,
this tapestry of a world, I am the rogue thread.
It is more shoe. You want it? It's yours, my friend. As long as you have enough rupees.
One of the Fon Valencia's trophy rooms. Perhaps you would like to take a look around after your audience with the Lord Captain.
She has a tank as a trophy? Hell yeah, I love rogue traders. They just do shit like this.
What's happening? Run! The servitors have gone berserk!
Watch this spectacle unfold!
Okay. Oh. Ah.
What if? A genius at work. A wicked thought.
Who gave Brian a gun? Someone thought it was a good idea to give Brian a gun.
Skill issue.
Let's see. I won't sully myself with that. Even I won't do that.
Nice.
What suspiciously poor timing for such an accident. Servitors malfunction on the officer's deck at exactly the same moment when the rogue trader and her heirs are gathered here. I have blocked all passages between the upper and lower sectors of the residential decks. If this is a deliberate attack, it should stop the culprits from advancing their plan.
Okay.
I'm afraid I must remain here. For Lady Theodora's safety, I have to oversee the execution of these orders personally. I hope you will have no difficulty reaching the observation platform on your own. It is just at the end of this corridor.
It's Brian. He would struggle to find his way out of a room that only has a single door in it. All right. Oh, this poor guy's got to clean up all the gore.
One step at a time amidst the madness.
Okay, so I'm going to address the elephant in the room here. Brian is incredibly inbred, right? There's no way he's not.
What lies beyond?
There's a long lineage of Butterfields and they all look the same. What I love about 40k is you see this is on a spaceship, right?
There will be no peace in my wake.
This is simply irrational, Lady Theodora, says the man dressed in a peculiar garb, his voice tight with tension. His face, half of which is covered by sin skin, is twisted in a grimace of displeasure and disbelief. Assimilation into the trade structure would be political and economic suicide, practically an admission of heresy. The tall, grey-haired woman pins him with her gaze, her cybernetic eye flashing crimson. Then suggest an alternative that will satisfy me. I have described the situation, no worse than my seneschal could have done. Make a decision. What will you do with Ion 4 Adelthread? Ion 6 Adelthread? Survey the room. Your first impression of Adelthread, who appears to be about 30 years old, is of a parchment-like skin stretched over a bundled mass of sinew, implants, and bone. The nervously twitching fingers, the face twisted by a slight tic, and the jerky movements are all signs of some illness or defect that have taken over his physical form. In stark contrast to Adelthread, Theodora von Valancius's features appear as if they were carved from marble, eternal and indestructible. Head raised high, proud posture, hands clasped casually behind her back, everything seems to emphasize the difference in status between her and Adelthread. Behind the two of them, you see two more men. One is grey-haired officer of impeccable bearing who is studying the contents of his data slate. The other is a behemoth bristling with holsters and baldricks containing all manner of weapons. Our second candidate has joined us. The dry female voice and the powerful feeling of being watched force you to look at Theodora. The rogue trader is looking straight at you, and her gaze, like herself, is predatory and oppressive. Brian, approach and give me your answer. Consider this hypothetical situation. Ion 6, a new world on the fringes of the Coronis Expanse. High seismic activity, regular magma eruptions, metamorphic rock deposits. Prospects for large-scale mining. The world is populated by natives who worship some heretical underworld spirits that protect those who offer them sacrifices. Flights of fancy, you might say. But attempts to install ore extractors have failed for the second time. The mining crews sent to the planet's surface simply vanished overnight. My question to you is, what would you do with this poisoned treasure? Okay, so we have passed some skill checks. Those spirits could well be the natives' name for dangerous aliens. I would first verify if that is indeed the case, and if the population of Ion 6 engages in Xeno worship. Reasonable and prudent, however, chasing after ethereal creatures may prove a rather long and fruitless endeavor. Apart from Xenos, an untrodden planet might be teeming with myriad horrors that are far more dangerous and difficult to eradicate. I suspect that you, Brian, are simply unaware of their existence. Shut your mouth, I probably shut it for you. I gave a straight answer to a simple question, which, as I understand, was still more than you could do. There we go. The colour drains from his face, which distorts his features further. You insolent, ignorant upstart, how dare you! Adelthread, I believe I gave you an assignment on the ship. Explain to me then why my senior congregator is still dawdling about the officer's deck instead of proceeding to the middle decks to commence the inspection of compartments in his purview. I beg your forgiveness, Lady Theodora. Your presence has such a profound effect on me that I well forgot the time. Yeah, okay, so we're gonna be in competition to see who can be more of a snake to the other one. I'm looking forward to it. So, Brian, why are you here? Was it not you who sent for me? You have seized the opening that was offered to you with a woeful display of meekness. Okay, shit. Alright. Admittedly, this tendency is equally strong in all who toil in the Emperor's service. Immutable hierarchy, absolute obedience, lickspittlery, compulsion to please. I value none of these things. From the moment my envoys came for you, the terms of your existence changed. My name is Theodora von Valancius Massimo Afscaros. I am a rogue trader in the service of the God Emperor of Humanity, and my rights and freedoms are vindicated by a most sacred relic, the warrant of trade kept aboard this very vessel. Mine is the honor to venture into the darkness beyond the Imperium and carry humanity's light where powers wicked and heretical reign and bode death and ruin to us all. It is my decision alone to determine the fate of whatever I find past the bounds of the explored void. Every world I discover, along with all there is to find thereon, resources, people, riches, and mysteries, is mine by right. I command millions of lives, rule over numerous planets, and possess fortunes that no planetary governor or commander could dream of amassing. And you, Brian, are one of those with the von Valancius blood in their veins, and a rightful claim to this inheritance when the hour comes. I'm ready to take on this sacred purpose. Oh yes, you would be, wouldn't you? The question is, am I ready to choose you over the rest? You came aboard hours before the warp jump and have not yet distinguished yourself in any way. As things currently stand, I have doubts you are suitable for the role of rogue trader. Blood right alone is not enough to earn the high honor of becoming the bearer of a warrant of trade. Nonetheless, your abilities and talents may yet prove useful. If not for the role of Lord Captain, then for that of their closest ally. Alas, even those responsibilities can at times be too challenging for those who share your blood. Conrad Voigtwehr served me for many years before he made his mistake. Thank you for clarifying. May I ask questions now? I have some time before the navigator gives the signal to initiate the void ship's translation out of the warp, and my presence is required on the bridge. An incident took place on the officer's deck. Some servitors went berserk and attacked the crew. Is that so? Perhaps the technomats were careless during maintenance. It could be the warp playing tricks on us in spite of the Geller field. Or perhaps there is something to all the stories about the ship being possessed after all. Lady Theodora, for the God Emperor's sake, surely you do not intend to start repeating idle rumors spread about by the uneducated riffraff? Enough, Abelard. Such hearsay amuses me. Adira eagerly retells me everything she learns from the whispers of her unseen advisors. The ship is thousands of years old. It has enough hidden nooks, malfunctioning cogitators, and unused compartments to make ignorant folk speak of spectres dwelling inside the bulkheads and plotting against those who yet live. Where's the ship headed? The Rykad system, the domain of rogue trader Winterscale, one of my peers and rivals. Only 3 rogue traders exist in the Corone's expanse, and each of them possesses resources comparable to mine. Perhaps you will one day assist House von Valancius in surpassing both of them in affluence and splendor. Oh, I intend to. I set the course for Rykad on the demand for a very specific reason. Perhaps I shall yet apprise you of the purpose of this voyage, but now is not the time. What are my current responsibilities? Observe, learn, absorb. It will take time for you to find your bearings aboard this vessel and in your new position. What is my position? I will find a post that suits you. Oh, okay. I will find you a post that suits you as I did for Edulthrad. Till that time comes, consider yourself my aide. I have no further questions. I'm not going to suck up to it. Like, I was told she has little patience for that, so I'm just gonna keep my head on straight here. In that case, I shall head to... Disturbances reported on the adjacent decks. Seneschal, if the need arises, protect the new blood. It is possible that the chance to prove your worth may present itself sooner than you may have anticipated. What?
Into the fray we charge!
Reduced to dust.
Holy shit. Hell yeah,
Took care
Abelard.
of this one.
Hell yeah, Abelard. Okay, yeah, Brian, get into cover.
What if I am powerless to act? A genius at work.
Brian got a kill. Brian's first kill. There we go. Or rather, Brian's first kill that wasn't him telling someone else to kill someone.
I've suffered worse.
They will leave a scar.
I want that gun. I want that plasma pistol.
Reduced to dust.
I won't sully myself with that. A wicked thought.
Brian's like doing work. Rep. Mort, take a team with you and clear a path to the transport line. Do not let a single horse and survive. Didn't bat an eye when that scum burst onto the deck, hmm? Not bad. I have seen many an officer who panicked at the sight of combat on the upper decks. The false sense of security offered by the position makes them that much more vulnerable to the harsh realities of warp travel. The incident with the rampaging servitors may be linked. Possibly. Quite likely. We will investigate at a later time. Right now, we need you to isolate the affected compartments and try to assess the situation. What are your orders? Mort has gone on ahead to clear a path for us. If you want to make yourself useful, go after him and see if the Arch-Militant requires aid. And be quick about it. Alright.
They will see. Oh yes, they all will see.
Yeah, that guy had a very dramatic death there.
Patience? My nerves are frayed.
Oh. Thank Providence you're alive and well. Always on time here, Conrad. The moment we finish chasing the riffraff around the deck, you show up. Always just after the fighting's done. You can set your chrono by it. Mort, hold yourself together. What, did the Lord Captain send you to chivvy us along? We're all done here. I'll report right away. Master of Whispers, what is happening on my ship? The Voxnet is silent, the Vox Master is not responding. Armed assailants have stormed the officer's deck, and my arch-militant just destroyed several more heretics on the way here. Is this a severe case of warp madness? Have some of my crew lost their minds and forgotten who they are and whom they serve? Report. I have not yet acknowledged word from the Enginarium regarding my regarding any Gellerfield failures. I'm gonna need a drink in a sec, hang on. But communications were already unstable half an hour ago, and now they have ceased altogether. Whatever the case may be, the consequences are spreading fast. I'm receiving scattered reports from the middle decks, and the only voxcasts from the lower bays are one-way heretical gibberish. That the madmen have already reached the officers' deck suggests that the outrage was planned in advance. Perhaps this is an organized mutiny. A mutiny against the Emperor's anointed? Execute the traitors, every last one of them. First we have to confirm that the bridge and the Navigator's Sanctum are secure, and I have the means to do both things at once. Adelthred, where is he? I must know if he is unharmed. A Psyker aboard a ship that is potentially being assailed by the warp could pose a greater threat to himself and others than a whole army of madmen with improvised weapons. I tried to locate him. The last thing known about his movements is that he arrived on Transitional Deck 18. Blast it. Master of Whispers, find Adelthred immediately. Seneschal, contact Class and the Sister of Battle. Both are to remain at my side. Archmilitant with me. I must go to my study, and it appears that we might encounter heretics along the way. Brian? If I may, Lord Captain. Transitional Deck 18 is at the heart of the disturbance, and if our goal is to bring Adelthred back, I could use some support. After all, I am not as adept at directly confronting enemies of the house as the esteemed Archmilitant, and taking into consideration Adelthred's psychic powers... Yeah, okay. Then it's settled. Brian, find Adelthred and bring him here, in whatever state you find him. This elevator leads to a restricted compartment such as my personal chambers in the bridge. Do not let me down. I require you both. Do you understand? I hear and obey. Then move out. Okay. Yeah, Brian is gonna do his best to look good for her, and then he's just gonna like shit talk people when she's not around, basically. Are you ready to hit 18? It's a long walk, and you do not even have proper gear. I have a proposition. Since I am the more important person here, you can go in the front to shield me from potential threats. Certainly. Lady Theodora would be devastated if she were to lose one of her precious heirs, but that is no longer relevant. Oh, did he stab me? Oh, he stabbed me! Oh. He's in on it. Dun dun dun. Oh my god. What are they doing to me? Ow.
Careful, careful. Be gentle with our guest. He has an important mission to complete during our visit to the Warren Chamber. And for that, I need him breathing. Oh, you are back with us, I see. Delightful.
He's gonna use me to open the biometric lock. Because I'm an heir. Voidfear, you two-faced scum! You're the one behind this mayhem.
How perceptive of you. I'll help you with the next insight. I need you here for your blood. You have the option to share it voluntarily, or I will squeeze it out of you myself. We are in the anteroom of the Warren Chamber, this void ship's most hallowed vault. There, beyond those gates, lies the relic that gives Theodora all of her power. The sacred Warrant of Trade. Only one obstacle remains on my path to obtaining it. The gates of the chamber are guarded by the Sentinel. An ancient device that will only open the door to a true heir of the dynasty. I expected to do this part myself, but never mind. You will offer your blood to the Sentinel.
Okay, we have a couple of potential Brian responses here. I will help you as long as you spare me, or let me join you. I'm not sure which one I'd rather do. Second one's projection. Oh, inbred, yeah. TV, you just got a habit of setting off that auto mod. Let me... I think Brian... I think here he'll just be like, please don't kill me. I'll help you as long as you spare my life.
There's a good boy. Then go to the Sentinel at the gates of the Warren Chamber and fulfill your destiny. I had hoped to feed Edelthrad to the machine. He is the one who caught Theodora's eye, after all. But since procuring him has proved difficult, you will have to do.
In the gateway arch, you see a cogitator with a human likeness built into the front panel. As you approach, the torso twitches slightly. This is a servitor, an obedient automaton created from a lobotomized human being. The sentinel turns its head to you, one of its eye sockets lighting up with two ember-like irises. Examine the device. You carefully inspect the design of the gate cogitator. What immediately catches your eye is the strange alloy that was used as a material for the machine's components, some of which are unfamiliar to you. You suspect this might be some kind of archaeotech relic. The servitor on the gate begins to move. With its screeching and groaning of metal, it leans forward closer to you. Its lower jaw opens with a drawn-out shriek, much wider than the jaw of a living human could. The servitor's mouth is filled with sharp metallic fangs that glint in the dim light. The vid screen on the right of you lights up, showing the strings of mysterious symbols on a green background. Yeah, look for anything that can be used as a weapon. No. Shit. Look back.
Did you forget something? I suggest you hurry.
Gotta put my hand in. The sentinel jaws clamp around your hand, puncturing your skin and sinking into your flesh. A few dark drops fall into the servitor's throat, and immediately you hear humming as the servo motors start up and the pumps stir into motion. The vid screen of the cogitator flickers. Several long minutes pass. The sentinel's jaws remain closed, and you are beginning to feel sick. Perhaps if you were to lean against the gate, you could catch your breath, maybe even close your eyes and pretend none of this ever happened.
High levels of caustic humus. The subject is in a state of heightened stress. Do you require assistance?
Yes, I do require assistance.
Request accepted. Initiating defense protocol.
Let's go.
Well, there is still another way.
One step at a time, amidst the madness.
Let it be known that by my will and by the true words of this document, I appoint this person to be the bearer of the warrant of trade. Yeah, okay, this is the warrant of trade.
Escort the child of the house to safety.
What madness is happening here? Who are you? Who addresses me?
Temporary obnubilation following acute stress.
Excuse me, sorry.
Mobile unit of the Warren Sentinel standing by.
I need a weapon. I'm utterly defenseless.
Distance from the current location to the nearest arsenal. Initiating situational calculations.
Okay, lead me away from him.
Middle and upper decks. Assuming the probability of safe placement in areas of concentration of armed units. Calculating. To prevent unauthorized units from breaching the warrant chamber, preemptive sealing must be initiated. The mobile unit will start executing the received order immediately after the safety of the warrant is secured.
What lies beyond?
Okay, so what am I doing? No one must reach the warrant. A simple order of the Sentinel Cogitator will lock the chamber. Okay.
Master? Whatever are you doing in the warrant chamber? How did you... Throne preserve me, what is the meaning of this?
Conrad Voigtver is a traitor. When we parted ways in the officer's deck, he stunned me somehow and brought me here. Oh no, how did you find me? Are you with the traitor Voigtver? Yeah, we'll go with that.
Master, with all due respect, what nonsense are you saying? Conrad, a traitor?
Unquestionably.
Saints' blood! Then it is small wonder that the heretics are so well organized. I thought his order to seal the passages between decks was his attempt to stop the attackers from spreading to other levels. But now I see the real reason. It was to stop the enforcers from intervening. At least you are alive, and now safe, Master. Alas, I doubt we can afford to look for a compartment to sit out this disaster.
I like how we're having this nice conversation with a bunch of flaming corpses in the background.
You're in a bad way. I can treat your wounds. I have a Medicaid kit. And, for the love of the throne, now is not a good time to be walking around the decks without means of self-defense. Here.
Yes. Let's go. Let's get him up. Let's get our boy armed. There we go.
In this tapestry of a world, I am the rogue thread.
Your character truly has enough rubies.
Sings in my veins. They will see. Oh yes, indeed. They all will see.
Okay, so
We are the spearhead of the Imperium.
The stars are my canvas. and anarchy is my brush. What? Ha! No!
Okay, so I need him to heal.
Sometimes you consult the appropriate treatise on Tactica Imperial.
Your efforts.
That is
There we
a
go.
noticeable improvement. Now you're prepared for the trials ahead. The lower decks are teeming with heretics instigating the rabble to revolt. But that is the least of our problems. The ship's enforcers are rounding up the scoundrels and suppressing the resistance. The situation on the middle decks is much worse, although strike teams have already been dispatched there. All communication with the bridge and the engineering bay was lost. So, apart from scattered voxcasts, we have no information to go on. But that is not the worst of it. All these jolts and shaking are most alarming. These are signs that the navigator and the master helmsman are having difficulty translating the ship out of the warp and into real space. I fear that they may have already lost control. We must reach the navigator's sanctum and get a handle on the situation. If we can manage that, some aboard this vessel may yet survive.
What exactly has gone wrong with the translation?
I am no helmsman, or God Emperor preserve me navigator. However, I've spent my entire life aboard void ships equipped with warp drives, and I know that portents such as these do not bode well. It could be that the Geller field has faltered. Perhaps the navigator was struck down by warp corruption and is fighting for the last shreds of his humanity as we speak. If we get thrown off course, we will be forever lost in the warp. Naturally, we would likely not have long to live in that scenario. But I will not resign myself to such an outcome just yet.
How did you find me?
You sent me a Vox message. Specifically, a Vox cast on the officer's frequency, which I had the good fortune to receive. You mean to say you did no such thing?
I think the Warren Sentinel may have sent the message.
Warren Sentinel? The Lord Captain barely ever ventures down to the chamber, and I was at her side only once or twice when she did. And I did not see anything of the sort. The Warren Chamber is an ancient and rather sacred mechanism that the ship's tech priests treat with the utmost reverence. I assume that whatever it is that you did, you must have activated certain processes and caused the Sentinel to awaken. But then, why did none of it happen when Lady Theodora did the same?
What can we expect to find him in the Navigator's Sanctum?
During warp transit, the Sanctum is closed to all who are not involved in traversing the Imperium. And for good reason. For the Navigator to open their third eye and perceive the way, the Sanctum must be bathed in the energies of the Immaterial. Only a Navigator can withstand such an ordeal. For the rest of us, any contact with the warp is fraught with perils such as loss of sanity, spontaneous mutations, and death.
I'm under no obligation to take such risks.
I concur that under ordinary circumstances, interrupting the Navigator's solitude would be equivalent to suicide. Right now, however, our sacrifice could prevent the demise of a rogue trader, a void ship of the Imperium, and all her crew, armaments, and equipment. The choice is obvious.
Since I have no other choice, let us depart. You will go first, Seneschal.
Certainly. This way.
To arms, loyal sons and daughters of the God Emperor. Fight the heresy and corruption that threatens to consume our home, and with all your might, destroy those who have dared.
The Lord Captain is calling her crew to battle, which means the Vox networks are set up for broadcast transmission, not message exchange. Splendid. While the rogue trader inspires proper resolve to fight in her subjects, you and I shall prove that her trust in us is well deserved. Onward!
Oh my god.
Cower before the mind's unhinged.
Are you ready to die?
Because we were stood near the door. we just start surrounded. Okay. Alright. Brian, watch out.
Let's see. What is... Ah! Another one is shattered.
Damn.
Brace yourself, Abelard. Indeed.
Holy shit. Abelard rocks.
I've suffered worse.
Good shot.
Even I won't do that. A predictable downfall.
It will be done. I took care of this one.
He just double beheaded them. Oh my god. Abelard. Abelard MVP.
Rookies.
Oh, that counts? Sorry, Abelard. My bad.
Pathetically sound approach. I will do my duty. One fewer target.
Oh, we got a level up. Give me the loot. Give me the loot. Give me the loot. Las pistol. Not as good as the stub revolver. I mean, his ballistic skill isn't great, but I can still give him a... Well, okay, so his characteristics, he's got good weapon skill, he's got good strength, he's got good toughness. Okay, so he's like a frontline melee fighter, primarily. He has 50 corrals, 40 athletics. Give him athletics. Yeah. Persuasion 35, Commerce 40. Well, they're actually both at 60 at the moment. Let's go. Could get his coercion up. Or carouse. Yeah, let's get carouse up. Because carouse is the skill that you use to get drunk and high. So, yeah, I think that fits Brian. This is going to be an RP build. I want him to at least have some kind of ranged option, so I'll give him that las pistol. We can't even make MBA jokes. Your character is too aristocratic even for that. Yeah, I know, right?
Patience!
The navigator sector.
And so, he will enter the halls of the blinded guide and witness the radiance of the final dawn through the cracks and fall victim to a whim of fate.
Master, watch your head. Idira, would it be too much to ask that you phrase your soothsayings plainly for once? That was too close.
Sorry, old man. The voices are so loud I can't even hear myself. They shriek, they sing, they... Oh, Abelard, how they sing!
This is Idira Tlas, personal psyker and diviner of Her Ladyship Theodora von Valencius. Idira?
I'm not drunk, old man. I'm suffering the effects of the warp that is seeping through these walls. I see the ship's fate. To die in the waves of the immaterium, fall under the burning rays of the final dawn. And in the roaring blaze, I see a figure standing. Who is it? I have no answer.
A diviner, are you?
The voices from beyond the threshold whisper to me. Sometimes their murmurs are clear, they grant insight. Sometimes they drive me mad. But I am patient. I know how to listen and discern. But now, with this clamor around me, too many voices, too loud. And you are von Valencius, one of Lady Theodora's heirs. Well then, we finally meet.
Officer's frequency, to all who can hear me. Oh, it's Theodora. To all who can hear me. Those with a weapon in their hands are to gather on the officer's deck at once. I repeat, gather on the officer's deck at once and prepare to launch a counterattack.
That's Edelthrad. Oh, Emperor's Providence. The other heir lives as well. Quickly, we
Oh,
must
is that
head to-
Edelthrad's? What shit? I'm not reading.
Not so fast, old man. If we drown in the warp, Lady Theodora's heirs won't be any good to us. If Edelthrad's like me and hasn't yet surrendered his mind or body to the mercy of the warp, then he can still hold on a little longer without us.
Blast it. You're right. First, we need to deal with what is happening here.
How do you know who I am?
What? You think Lady Theodora didn't ask me to peek into the darkness behind the backs of those she sees as her prospective heirs? I have seen you. I have seen the footsteps of your past and the wounds of your heart.
Oh, I'm so sorry. The seer's words bring back a wave of memories of the bitter, humiliating moments of your greatest shame. Something sour rushes to your tongue, and your head is clouded with a sickening sense of your own worthlessness.
The whispers called me. The ones I could make out among all the screams and screeches. Those who are rocking this boat hit us where it hurt. They went after the navigator, our guide through the warp. Other whispers called me to the enginarium, but it was too late. I heard the cry of our master Cog, and the silence that followed.
What? You don't mean the Enginseer Prime is...
Said, without a doubt. And the voices wail, heralding countless nightmares, cackling at each soul among the hundreds that are now joining the warp. The shriek from the Navigator's sanctum was louder than the rest. And it's better that we saved the Navigator than some lever puller from a cooling module or a cook from the middle decks.
We must save the navigator as well.
Oh no. No. Nothing is well about him. Can't you feel the chill crawling on your skin. The eyes watching you. The warp ice has already encased the bulkheads. What follows is calamity. But we're not just going to stand here and take it, are we? The state of things in here suggests there's a navigator around. Maybe one who's crippled or at death's door, but still kicking. And since our skin hasn't peeled off our faces just yet, his third eye must be closed. At worst, it's a little roughed up. So what are we moping around for? Let's go protect that noble mutant while we're still alive.
All right.
One step at a time amidst the madness.
Wait. Locked door? Oh.
There will be no peace in my wake.
Beware the ire of the witch.
Crush them!
Adira is a psyker and an operative. As an operative, she can study opponents and identify their weaknesses, and her abilities allow her to deal damage to them. Okay.
Anything else? An unfortunate turn of fate.
Oh. Okay.
Follow my lead. It will be done.
Ouch!
You hit her behind cover, Abelard. Come on.
Schemes within the schemes. Through the smoking gunfire. Another one is shattered.
I'm not so sure. But of course.
Damn, that lightning's really good. The creature in the chair appears it has become one with its throne. You see pink, parchment-like skin stretched between the seat and the limbs. They have too many joints for a normal human being. The navigator is breathing heavily, the air whistling as it exits between the two dark, gill-like slits in its cheeks. The creature's eyes are shut, the two ordinary eyes as well as the third one that sit at the center of its forehead. I believe Master Vespadius lives. Servants are dead, but the chamber, thank the Emperor, is still sealed from the warp. Well, we have a chance of leaving this place alive. Hey, are you alive? The navigator stirs, barely able to lift his head and half open his normal eyes. A dark drop rolls from under the closed lid of the third eye and down his face, leaving behind a black trail. Your time is short. The voice is coming from the Vox screw at the base of the bizarre chair. It's unclear how the navigator is able to produce human speech. A time is short to do what? Suddenly, the navigator's body starts thrashing in place. It lurches forward, then falls back into the seat, then thrusts forward again, as its bones crack and its skin tears open. However, the fusion between the body and the chair appears to be stronger than these wild impetuses. The mutant remains seated, but leans as far forward as he can, his layered raiment slowly turning crimson. The gill slits burst open, forming two hideous screaming mouth-like pits. Fall to your knees, mortals, and behold the final dawn! Oh shit. It came from beyond. His body is not his. Oh no. Its march thunders under the burden of hopes. Unseal your hearts, and I will flood your souls with myriads of words and meanings, each one a portent of salvation within me. The navigator continues to convulse violently in his seat, shrieking and cackling, but then his fit stops abruptly. His face is drenched in black and crimson. The dark ooze from under his third eyelid is turned from a trickle into a stream mixed with blood coming out of his nose, and there is a purplish swelling around the eye. Run! Flee from this place while I still have the strength. I can contain the intrusion, but not for long. We must begin the translation, leave the warp, but it can't be done without the Master Helmsman's help. Don't even talk to him. Address Abelard. The navigator is still alive, but barely so. What do we do now? The ship can only begin the translation with the assistance of the Master Helmsman. If he is still alive, it is worth a try. We must get to the bridge, but we will need support. Our only option is to fight our way to the officer's deck and join forces with Adolthrad and his people. I believe we will find Lady Theodora there. She must have heard the call to arms that the servo skull relayed to us earlier. Vespadius, good luck. And thank you. He does not give a response. Black tears mixed with blood streaming from under the closed eyelids, and the Vox at the base of the chair is bellowing out static interspersed with the distant echoes of otherworldly laughter. He'll be fine. Loot. Brian now has a machine gun.
Curiosity sings in my veins.
What does the axe do compared to the sword? The sword does more damage. However, axe has sweep and can inflict bleeding. Okay. Yep.
In this tapestry of a world, I am the rogue thread.
Still locked? Still locked. Can have another drink while I get the chance. Rep.
I shall pity not your enemies. I shall shall heed not their
Let's go. Sister battle, nice.
I shall betray not your tenets, nor stray one step from them. Take not your gaze from me. Leave me not without your grace.
I told you he would protect us.
My god, my light, my emperor.
Okay. The white-haired warrior turns to face you, her dark eyes blazing. The weapon quivers in her hand and, for a brief moment, it seems she is not going to stop and will instead continue eliminating every target she sees, starting with you. Yeah, I would probably have that reaction to seeing Brian as well.
Sister Argenta! Sister Argenta, it is a relief to see you. We require all the forces we can muster.
Your face. It is unfamiliar. Who are you?
Brian von Valancius, the Lord Captain's heir.
The hour is dark and daunting. The ship abounds with corruption. The faces of friends who are twisted by smears of heresy. The eyes of comrades ignite with the archenemy's hunger. I will do what I must to halt the advance of the Dark Forces. But in these dire moments, little can be trusted. So I must know, why are you here?
Sister, I beg of you. Now is not the time for interrogations. The ship is under attack by heretics. We've been betrayed by our esteemed Master of Whispers. Edelstrad the Heir is waiting for our aid, and Lord Captain Theodora is expecting a report on our success. We are here to deal with the situation, so I suggest we all do just that.
Do not even think to insinuate that I am one of the traitors. I will not let such an affront slide.
That answer does you credit. Only the truly righteous would be so provoked by the accusation of heresy.
She likes me.
I cannot wait to rain righteous fire down upon each and every heretic.
What is a warrior of the Adeptus Sororitas doing aboard a rogue trader ship? Your order serves the ecclesiarchy, do they not?
Sister Argenta is a guest of the Lord Captain. And that story deserves its own time and conversation. Under more appropriate circumstances.
Enough idle chatter. I am where I must be, and that will suffice.
What's happening on the officer's deck?
Massacre, my lord. And heretics are not just killing the crew. Some kind of blight is sweeping through the decks, filling the air. I saw people going mad the moment they breathed it in, screaming about their dead comrades, tearing out their eyes. I implore you, my lord, be on your guard.
We must get to the main hall of the deck.
Through this door. I shall join you, for it is my duty to the God Emperor to destroy this heresy.
We will follow. For now, we will hold off any heretics who might try to crawl in through the cracks to join the main assault. And we'll take a look at the generators while we're at it. Those villains made a mess of the cables. Oh, I wish we had a Tectomat with us. But we'll see what we can do without one.
Good to hear it. Sister?
Ready. May Terra's light illuminate our path through fire and darkness.
Alright, I want to see her stats. So she's got slightly higher ballistic skill than weapon skill, willpower. She has a lot of agility. She could become a decent melee fighter with that. Good perception. Yeah, interesting. You've received a new, more efficient weapon. Okay. Oh yeah, it does slightly more damage. Okay. Okay.
They will see. Oh yes, they all will see.
Suffer not the heretic to live!
Spare none of them!
Can I not move? Yeah. There we go.
My ears are ringing.
You got this, Abelard.
Will do. On it. What an unfortunate turn of
Oh, okay, that hits him as well. Alright, that's good to know. Sorry, Abelard. Argenta is a warrior of the Adeptus Sororitas and a soldier. She is an expert with burst range weapons to weapons that deal damage in an area. Another of her strengths is her mobility in combat. Hey, Sue. Stretch. Alright, one sec. You were so mean to Abelard. I didn't mean to. Run and gun is unique soldier ability. Grants her extra movement points. Okay. Wait, does she... So, does she have, like, an ability or something that makes her better at burst? Where would I see that? Character. So she has run and gun. Furious Recital. She gets area attack related talents. Okay, so I might look at building her for a flamer then. Okay.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
Hmm.
Let's see.
Let's go, Brian. He's making it happen.
did I not foresee this?
Indeed.
Nice. Alright, I need to get Abelard into cover. Oh, I can't do that. Okay. Not yet, anyway.
No can do. Was that you? Or... My prescience has failed me.
I'll do it. Work is a prayer.
Nice.
A genius at work.
Victory is... I took care of this one.
Okay. Melee guys all down, it's just these range guys now.
But of course. Not this Scryer's job. Will do. Be gone.
One down.
As the Emperor commands, I act. I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury. I'll do it.
God, the bolter is so good in this.
I'm powerless to act.
Tried and tested tactics are the best ones. I will do my duty.
On it. I'm not so sure. What is this foreboding? That is not my destiny. No can do.
Ah, shit.
Rejoice in battle! Faith without deeds is worthless.
Shattered foes in my wake. What if... Let's see...
Nice.
I've seen worse battles than this in my time. It will be done.
Man, we just cannot hit this guy.
Cover me! Anything else? What an unfortunate
There we go.
turn of fate.
It's a lot of dead guys.
at a time amidst the madness.
Electrified shardnet, engraved flasks, and Grok's meat rump steaks. Ooh. Rolls of synth leather, set of icons, and void sweat ale.
Let us seize the moment.
Who's got the best logic? He's got 40, he's got 30, she's got 30, she's got 30. Okay. Come on, Brian.
This galaxy is my playground. Another notch.
Let's go. All right.
What lies beyond?
Anointed Purity Seal wax bottles, Catechism of St. Drusus, plastic crystal cores, and Servo Skull anti-gravitic impellers. Nice. I'll take that. We also have melter charges and operator gloves. Who has the best tech use? 40, 30, 30, 30. Okay. Oh, they actually show up on the model. That's cool.
Attention to detail is the key to success.
Belly churn wheels, machine spirit gauntlet, and set of icons. Golden decay, possessed demon engine hard, rolls of synth leather.
Oh, there will be no peace in my wake.
Machine right set. Huh. And a multi-key. Ooh.
Genius triumphs. Oh, applaud my brilliance!
Hey, we got the power back on.
There, done. Genius triumphs.
More multi-keys and a shotgun. Ooh. $10 to $15. That's good damage. That's really good damage. I think I'm actually going to give that shotgun to Argenta. If she's all about mobility and shooting, I think I want her to have that shotgun. As like her, that's her alternate, you know? Yeah, okay.
Patience? My nerves are frayed.
The Emperor favors me today.
Curiosity sings in my veins.
Did I miss some loot? I did. More goods. I see, so there's different kinds of cargo, and it looks like if you collect, you can collect like full sets.
one step at a time.
Oh, we got a level up. Rank 3, bring it down. Nice. He gets endure. Very good. She gets exposed weakness. Nice. Good debuff there.
I have, You're throwing everything you've got at us, Alex. We're supposed to be allies, you maniac.
You're throwing everything you got at me now, you fur. We're supposed to be allies, you maniac. Hello! What were you all playing tonight? Yeah, let me just do a shout out here. You doing Skibbity Backrooms? In Ohio? Did you rizz up the Gyat? Hell yeah, let's go. We are playing the new Warhammer 40k game. Welcome, Rain. It was Gyat 4. Well, welcome, Raiders. Yep, we're playing the new Warhammer 40k game. It's mostly me reading text and making silly voices. This is our character.
The stars are my canvas, and anarchy is my brush.
This is Lord Brian Butterfield von Vicarius. He is a rogue trader. He is a very rich man. He's incredibly inbred, and he's very insecure about the fact that he is a bastard of his noble house. You make me sad. Why? No, we're not all about that Ouija. We're against that. That's bad.
In this tapestry of a world, I am the rogue thread.
You know nothing about this game? I mean, do you know, like, if you don't know Warhammer, like, a lot of this stuff will probably just seem really strange. Let's try tech use.
Ooh, another notch.
Looks like a cool game. I mean, yeah, if you played any of the Pathfinder RPGs like Wrath of the Righteous or Kingmaker, it's the same developers. So, ooh, helmet. Let's give that to Abelard. Nice.
There will be no peace in my wake.
Haven't heard they were making a game like this. I will admit, there wasn't a whole lot of fanfare about this game,
was a worthwhile investment.
which is strange to me. It really didn't feel like it was advertised much.
Patience. My nerves are frayed.
And we are on a ship that is currently under attack by heretics. We're stuck in the warp, and we have to get to the rogue trader who's actually in charge to help her out. It felt like the kind of game a Warhammer fan would love. I have no idea. The roar of flames rings in your ears, and the choking smoke makes you cough and gasp for air. You instinctively recoil from the scorching heat, wiping your face. A moment later, a hazy silhouette forms in the raging wall of fire. You're surrounded by ear-splitting noise and screaming, yet you distinctly hear the sound of footsteps. And then you see the figure walk out of the fire towards you. It is Theodora von Valancius. Her expression is calm, terrifyingly so for someone whose body is engulfed in an inferno. One of her hands is resting on the hilt of her power sword, the other is raised in an inviting gesture. Are you lost, my heir? Argenta goes as still as a statue, then slowly raises her weapon. An apparition! A sorceress apparition! Trickery of the warp! Sister, you will lower your weapon. Despite his commanding tone, Abelard does not sound too confident. He's staring at the rogue trader, and you notice a muscle in his cheek twitching. Threatening the Lord Captain is outrageous. Aren't you in pain? Pain is but a reflection of one's weakness, Brian. To renounce weakness of spirit in pursuit of greatness is the only path to heights worthy of a rogue trader. She watches you without blinking. Her snake-like gaze almost makes you forget about the fire searing you, leaving burns on your skin. I can lead you out of these flames, Brian. Show you a path. Rid you of pain, and give you weapons you may defeat your enemies. Decide. Do not listen to this abomination. Brian, if there is naught but his light in your heart, if you are resolute in your faith, then step into the flames. The Emperor protects. His faith will not be deterred by either darkness or deceitful promises, nor will the fire burn those who carry the torch of faith in their soul. To the void with you. We need to follow Lady Theodora before we suffocate in this furnace. The people. Abelard looks back at the coffee and confused people around you. Brian, the survivors in the middle decks. We must help the crew. Lead them out. Find a way around. Over the roaring flames you hear distant sounds, frightened voices, screams, muffled and distorted, as if there are a body of water between you and them. Okay, so this is where we get to choose a conviction thing. Sometimes your character will have to make tough decisions based on their values, interests, and goals. Such decisions affect their convictions. This can develop in 3 directions: dogmatic, iconoclast, and heretical. Each includes 5 ranks. The higher the rank, the more zealously the character follows their convictions, and the more noticeably the world around them reacts to their decisions and actions. Promotion through the ranks of each of the 3 directions opens up access to new dialogue lines, events, unique abilities, and also changes the attitude of others towards your character. Also, some items can only be equipped if you have certain convictions. When one of the convictions reaches rank 3, votary, it becomes the character's main focus. When that happens, the other 2 convictions cannot be raised above rank 2. Okay. This is Brian we're talking about here. This is sniveling little shit-stain Brian. Take my pain away and give me power. You offer Theodora your hand, and the air around you seems to tighten, becoming thick and viscous, enveloping you and your companions in an impenetrable veil. Theodora smiles at you. Her radiant, piercing blue eyes suddenly remind you of Voigtvir's. Voigtvir! I will show you the way. Go on. Close your eyes. Look, Brian is very scared, okay? He's a sniveling, inbred little shit stain that just wants power so he can boss people around, alright? That's what I'm playing here.
Curiosity!
What? What is this place?
I was about to ask that. Where are we?
I don't know, Abelard. Maybe some kind of secret passage. And what are those crates?
Ooh, Boltgun. So I need heretical adherent for that. Oh, I'm not heretical enough to use it. That's such a good pistol, though. Does the game run? It's running fine for me so far.
One step at a time, amidst the madness.
Oh my god, she's dead. Oh no. Wait, that's good. That means I'm the rogue trader now. I want to see what's up here first. Oh, look at this. Look at this bathtub. We did it.
Tapestry of a world. I am the rogue thread.
Yeah, Brian fails his way upwards. Theodora von Valentius's body is sprawled on the large blood-drenched dead. Let me try that again. Theodora von Valentius's body is sprawled on the large blood-drenched desk. The arch-militant's corpse, still clutching a weapon, is slumped against one of the bulkheads.
Emperor, accept thy faithful souls.
No!
That's a good scream.
Lord Captain, I didn't hear a thing. Not a whisper, not a breath.
Skill issue.
It was so loud.
I'm drinking, don't make me laugh. Don't make me laugh.
Lord Captain. Who would even dare? Unless that rat, Voidsphere.
I doubt it. Voidsphere wished humiliation and suffering upon Theodora, not a swift death.
It could have happened in the heat of battle. Not to mention that Mort was here, and he would have protected Lady Theodora to the last. How could Mort have failed her so terribly? The Arch-Militant was born on a death world. He had lightning-fast reflexes.
I can look at things in my own way. If you find something that might bear the imprint of the killer, just give it to me, and I'll try to see what secrets it holds.
Examine her body. You lean closer to the body. The cause of death is apparent. What ended the rogue trader's life was an auto-pistol shot, an extraordinarily accurate one at that. Theodora's face bears an expression of surprise, the last emotion she experienced in life. Something on the floor catches your eye, a heap of blood-splattered parchments and scrolls that must have fallen off the desk. As you lean down from a closer look, you notice something else. Small shards of glass lie scattered on the floor. Examine the shards. It is difficult to say exactly what was broken. The object fell on the floor, and that much you can ascertain. Upon closer examination, the shards appear iridescent rather than completely transparent, as if they had been submerged in promethium. What do these shards tell you?
I see streaks of color, luminescence, blue lights, faces drawing closer. Lady Theodora and Conrad and what is that? Ah! Something dark, enormous. Oh, this glass thing was something foul, that's for sure.
Tainted witchcraft.
Examine the Arch-Militant's body. Yes, you can play as a Psyker, although I did hear apparently there is a bug. I don't know if it's been patched yet, but I don't know the specifics, but apparently there is a bug to do with starting as a Psyker, so you might want to just check that to see what that is before you do anything. The auto-pistol shot went right through Mort's forehead, spraying the floor and the furniture around with blood, brain matter, and shards of his skull. The safety on the Arch-Militant's weapon is off. The killer must have been a split second quicker than he. Inspect the papers. Reports, accounts, dispatches. You go over the scrolls until you stumble upon a document that is starkly written different from the rest. It is a handwritten letter signed with the initials XC, and a seal with a symbol that is vaguely familiar to you, and sends a shiver down your spine. The author of this letter addressed to Theodora van Valentius signed it with the seal of one of the holy orders of the Emperor's Inquisition, the secret police of the Imperium, that relentlessly hunts heretics, xenos, and other enemies of humanity. Can you try touching Theodora? She might be able to see the killer through her eyes.
It doesn't work like that. I can try to read the memories of objects, but dead bodies are a different story. Something like that would require her soul. And after what we saw on the officer's deck, I won't risk searching for it in the warp.
Yes, the crucible of battle calls to me once more.
No, wait! We must see if we can find anything.
Idira, you can't bring her back. Let her go.
You'd give up so easily, old man? I expected as much from the sister. It's not like she has a heart. But you? Oh no. I'll get to the bottom of this. I'll find the one responsible for murdering the Lord Captain. And when I do, that scum will regret the day they were born.
Alright, we have to get to the bridge. But first, let's rob her. Theodora's Rosary. Bonus to Commerce and Law. I'll take that. Thank you very much. Immunity to critical hits for the first 3 rounds. Ooh. Can I hide the show helmet off? There we go. Rogue Trader's Cloak. Let's go.
They will see. Oh, yes, indeed. They all will see.
Your doom has been foretold.
There we go.
A tactically sound approach. At your beck and call.
Schemes within schemes. Let's see. Predictable downfall.
As the Emperor commands, I act. Eradicated.
But of course.
Come on, Chain Lightning. Let's go, yeah. I love that. It's such a good power. Ah. That was a big explosion. I'm not a fan of that.
Victory is imminent.
A genius at work.
Damn, this thing has a lot of health.
Doubt is for the weak. As the Emperor commands, I act. Faith without deeds is worthless. You, my Emperor!
That it? Yeah, that's it. Okay.
On it. Will do.
Brian, watch out!
I'm enraged!
My place is at the hall.
A wicked thought. You are marked for demise.
God Emperor, move through me! Be the fire in my heart!
Nice, got it. Grace of the Oblivious. Grants the wearer +5 toughness if their intelligence is less than 35. I think hers is. I actually think a few of them are. Hang on. Her intelligence is 30, his is 30. They're all stupid. Okay, so all of them can use this. Who could benefit most from toughness? Give it to Argento. Oh, we can read what's in the... Okay, hang on. This is the letter from the Inquisition. Esteemed Theodora, a change in circumstances has demanded your immediate assistance in our mutual cause. Forthwith, upon receiving this letter and performing the necessary preparations of the crew, you are to depart for the Rykad system. One of my agents, Interrogator Heinrichs van Kalox, operates there at the present time. Upon your arrival in the system, you will, without delay, make contact with him and offer any assistance required of you, after which you will provide him passage to the Furibundus system aboard your ship. On footfall, the interrogator will remove himself from your presence to await further instructions. Anticipating any questions you may have, I will stress that the nature of Interrogator Van Kalox's activities on Rykad Minoris is of no concern to you. If required, Van Kalox himself will disclose the details of his mission. Okay, so she was working for the Inquisition, which honestly happened quite a lot in the 40k lore, so...
What lies beyond?
Flares, pistols, swords. We'd like to play another new RPG, but Warhammer's just nothing to us beyond a genre of some fun games, and you know, honestly, that's fine. Hence the
Curiosity sings in my veins.
That's what we're jumping towards, so it may be we got involved in something that, like, we're not the actual target. They're actually trying to hurt the Inquisition. Maybe.
There, done.
Well, I see the bridge is not doing well.
The first sacrifice opens the eye. The second sacrifice.
Shoot him! Shoot him now!
Its gaze.
Shoot him now! Yeah. Adelthred, who is clutching the bleeding wound on his chest, gives you a hateful glare. Traitor! Right when we needed all forces to deliver a decisive blow, you stepped aside. Do not even try to claim that my vox casts did not reach you. The Psyker narrows his eyes. I sense the mark of the warp on you, an echo of the powers that are ravaging this ship. What is it? The aftermath of the terrors that you had to face, or an admission of guilt? Deny everything. I have a sister of battle at my side. What suspicions could you possibly have? Oh shit, she won't lie for me. Lady Theodora von Valancius is dead. Yep. What? You! This is your doing! Master Adelthred, no. We have remained in each other's sight ever since Brian broke free from Conrad's schemes. The Lord Captain was killed by another's hand, and, by the Golden Throne, I can surmise whose hand it was. Adelthred shudders and grabs his shoulder. As you watch, the sleeve of his jacket bursts open, and 2 bone grooves pierce through the fabric. No matter what ritual Conrad is performing there, the warp is too strong. I cannot withstand it. I feel my body changing with every second, the warp ringing in the air. This is the end. We will perish in the warp, along with the Warrant and all the dynasty's heirs. The enemy of humanity has triumphed. I've seen it before. We'd better get away from him. The changes are already accelerating. The ship can still be steered out of the warp, but we must first restore communication between the bridge and the navigator's sanctum. Adelthred stares at you and his eyes harden with cold resolve once more. Then we have no right to bow our heads. Yeah, he's still doing that ritual. Stop him. You see Conrad Voidvir clearly in the gloom of the bridge. The broken blade he is holding is stained dark with drops that seem to have a pearlescent glimmer to them. We are out of time! Adelthred bites his knuckle, desperately thinking. You see a wave ripple across the whites of Adelthred's eyes, and they begin to turn a sickly yellow. Voidvir, you duplicitous cur! The rogue trader's death will be avenged! What? Theodora is dead? No, this can't be. Not now. I still haven't. I will not die quietly alongside one who is traitor to his blood. My last service to the Imperium is to rip out the throat of an enemy of humanity, and such is the God Emperor's will. Adelthred, don't!
Your ritual won't be finished, heretic!
Oh shit. And he just runs away? Oh no.
Oh, watch this spectacle unfold!
Are you ready to die?
Oh, we get level ups. Okay, this level up. Oh, can I not level up in combat? I have resource preservation. Ooh. Come on, let me level up. Yeah, I don't think I can level up in combat. Okay.
Schemes within schemes. A wicked thought.
Okay. Thankfully, they've all clumped up, so I can just do this.
Just a minor setback.
Ew. Oh my god, Abelard. Oh, he's in a bad spot.
They who discern the future own the battlefield. Anything else? But of course.
Are you serious?
Can I fall back?
It just gets knockdowns on fucking everyone? Oh my god.
Let's see. Fate claims another one.
She was about to use Chain Lightning, he got a free attack on her and knocked her down. That's fucked.
A wicked thought.
As the Emperor commands, I act. None can escape the Emperor's judgment.
The intricacies of mortality laid bare.
I'll do it. As the Emperor commands, I act.
I mean, the RNG has been so bad that we may be just fucked here. We may just be dead. The fact that it just wombo comboed him like that and immediately took and then immediately dropped her as well. Yeah, I'm getting ready for a reload on autosave here. What? He can't. Unable to change equipment in combat, so no.
Let's see. Ah! Another one is shattered. A genius at work.
Each strike is a prayer.
Okay, it's just us two and the Chaos Spawn. But the Chaos Spawn has a lot of health left, so...
What if?
Faith without deeds is worthless.
Yeah. No, I think we're fucked here. She has a health kit.
This is unacceptable. Be strong. Greater trials lie ahead.
Oh, take my transient gratitude.
I can't get them up now that they're down. That's so much damage.
But an illusion. Not yet. Not yet.
Bro.
Let's see. What? No. Even I won't do that.
Switch to the shotgun.
justice for the weak. That is not the Emperor's will. I'll do it. As the Emperor commands, I act.
I use those actions way out. Yeah, no, I've completely screwed myself here. I did that in completely the wrong order.
Those who sacrifice for the Imperium. Souls shall become like fire from the cold embrace of death.
Yep.
Our Emperor, deliver us.
Okay. It was the fact that I could just run up on Abelard, my dedicated melee guy, and just like instantly end his entire fucking career like that. Yeah, okay, game.
Schemes within their schemes. A wicked thought. A genius at work.
Not the Scryer's job. That is not my destiny.
But that was a bad decision. I can't actually do anything with it. I completely wasted that. She can't actually fucking hit anyone from here.
Was that you? Or
Pain and duty go hand in hand.
I mean, the thing is like this arena is so cramped where we are. I don't know where I would reposition people. Like we are very much kind of at a disadvantage here.
I'll do it. Here's my Emperor! Faith without deeds is worthless. Eradicate it.
Yeah, and then it just immediately gets to act.
Just a minor setback. Time to prove my message.
I mean, that's so much damage. Oh my god.
Field medicine at its finest. At your beck and call. It will be done. I will do my duty.
on it.
Can I quick save? Yes. Okay. Will chain lightning hit from there? Yes. That's what I wanted to do the first time when she got dropped like that.
I'm powerless to act. What if?
Doubt is for the weak.
A wicked thought.
Okay, it's just the Chaos Spawn now.
As the Emperor commands, I act. Guided by faith.
It will be done. Indeed. I'd rather not.
Anything else?
Okay.
What
Use
of
exposed
course.
weakness again.
Oh, the storm approaches. Schemes within schemes.
My faith shields me.
Okay, we've almost got it.
Darkness.
Your sacrifice is inspiring.
Victory is imminent.
Almost got it.
What? Ha! No! A wicked thought.
He just completely missed. Good.
What if?
Got it. that fight was annoying. Alright, can I have my level up now, please? Two ranks available. Okay. Finest hour. The officer grants an ally an extra turn with full AP and MP. During the next turn, there is no attack limit. Ooh. Alright, that's a heroic act. Okay, that makes sense. The range of the officer's abilities is increased by +3. The range of voice of command is increased by +6. What's resolve? Okay. Ooh, focus is good. Inspire courage. Whenever the officer targets an ally with the ability and guys plus WP bonus wet temporary wounds. Let's get that. That's actually pretty good. That's a good like panic option, although no, I'll get commanding voice. No. Yeah, commanding voice. Okay. +5 ballistic skill. I want to get that up to 40. Could get a weapon proficiency here, but... I don't know, I need to kind of decide what weapon I see Brian using later. Am I getting close to brain burst territory? Maybe. In melee combat, any target surrounded by more allies and enemies receives a +10 weapon skill bonus for each additional ally. Oh, okay. That would be useful if he was a melee guy. Might go plasma weapon proficiency, but we haven't found any plasma weapons yet. Yeah, let's go plasma weapon proficiency. Okay, so he gets Daring Breach. The warrior immediately restores all AP and MP and gains agility bonus MP until the end of a turn. They don't lose MP after performing attacks. There's no limit on melee weapons. Okay, yep, all very good. Whenever an enemy attacks the warrior's next melee attack against that enemy deals an additional toughness bonus damage. Does not stack, but can be reactivated after another attack made by either the same enemy. Whenever the warrior is attacked, they gain +1 stack of epicenter of slaughter until the end of the combat. At the start of their turn, the warrior gains +1 temporary wound for each stack. Yes. I want that one. We can get another one, okay. The warrior deals an additional agility bonus damage to enemies. They have no... Thick skin, +1 damage deflection. Their parry chances increased by +25% of the warrior's total armor. Yes. And then up weapon skill. Okay, she gets dismantling attack. The operative immediately inflicts one exploit on all enemies in combat that makes a free attack against a target. That attack always hits. Till the end of the combat, the target of this attack suffers a -30% penalty to dodge and a -30% penalty to armor. That's all good. Expose weakness costs 0 AP. Yes, that. Go tell perception. Yeah, increase perception. What do I want for her? I think that depends on the psychic power. I think some run off of BS, some don't. What is her psi rating at? Oh, okay. She has to be level 10 for that. I'm gonna get second sight so that she can use the lightning further away. Yeah. Okay, she gets firearm mastery. The soldier gains the ability to make a number of extra attacks equal to their weapon's rate of fire, minimum 2, using the weapon attack that normally costs the least AP. These attacks do not spend AP. Until the end of the soldier's turn, the first attack against each new enemy automatically scores critical hits. Okay. All good? Yep. Rapid reload is good. Rack and ruin is also good. Oh, that's tough. That's also really nice though. 3 plus agility bonus % critical hit chance. Yes. I kind of like that. Yes, let's get that. Unpredictable. Increase ballistic skill. Oh, and then we'll get rapid reload. Nice.
How may I serve the dynasty?
She's got a crippled arm, but I'll mostly just use psychic powers of her anyway, so we should be fine. Mantle of Heroism requires Iconoclast Follower. Each heroic act used in battle increases the wearer's dodge. Gloves of Endurance. And Blade Shard. Give her the Gloves of Endurance. Wait, you're not enough of an Iconoclast to use this? I beg to differ, madam. You're a level 2 Iconoclast. Why can't you equip that? I mean, he can, at least, but... Huh.
Patience? My nerves are frayed.
Bridge officer just chilling down here. We won! We won!
There will be no peace in my wake. They will see. Oh yes, they all.
The heir is dead. He sacrificed himself to save the entire dynasty.
Old man, he was never going to make it. He was mutating right in front of us. You just ended his suffering.
He made the fight way harder. What do you mean he sacrificed himself? He turned himself into a chaos spawn. It almost killed us. Ravor, Master Helmsman, system status report. By the Emperor, it's the Seneschal. Living and breathing. The white-haired man with sickly pale skin salutes you. Well, there's a tricky question. The whole place is so overgrown with foul wickedry, we'll be scrubbing it off... Sorry, got something caught in my throat there. We'll be scrubbing it off the vid screens for throne knows how long. We need to re-establish contact with the Navigator Sanctum. It's our only chance of escaping from the warp. Like, Brian isn't concerned about how these people survived. He just wants to live through this. Your words seem to knock the officers out of their stupor, and the air around you fills with voices and commands being issued. You hear someone sobbing. One of the survivors buckling under the stress. Abelard cuffs the crying officer without even looking. Restore the Vox channel to the Navigator's Sanctum. Ready the crew. Prepare for translation to real space. Abelard pauses for a few seconds before turning to you. Brian, you may call me superstitious, but translation is not a good time to disregard rules. You're the only one who speaks for House von Valancius. You may not be the Lord Captain, but you, more than anyone else, deserve to take the place in the ritual that is about to commence. I mean, the game auto-saves regularly, DV. It does auto-save regularly. The only time I really need to spam quick save is in combat. He directs your attention upwards to the throne that sits at the apex of the tall staircase. What must I do? Take the Lord Captain's seat. Order the final preparations. Wait for the officers to report. Blast ill to the void. Translation is a craft, not something to be explained in a tick. Just go up to the throne, Master Brian. These people are about to do the impossible. The least they deserve is the solace of seeing a figure sitting in the usual spot. Please hurry. Every second we waste is a terrible risk. I'm ready. Please begin the ritual. Oh, that's not good. The image before you is hazy, swaying in sorcerous currents invisible to mortal eyes, as if whatever is beneath this thin shell is constantly changing while still remaining the same. It has taken on the guise of Theodora, but the false rogue trader's eyes reveal the entity's true surreal nature. One of Theodora's eyes is engulfed in the otherworldly fire, the other, a vessel of ancient evil, bores into you. A voice seeps directly into your brain without ever reaching your ears, but this voice booms with all the horrors of the warp. Did you stand in the path of another's destiny only to steal it? You accepted the call of the primordial truth and claimed fate as your own. So be it. I wove the threads of destiny and held out my hand to you when the flame arose in your path. You took it and, so doing, sealed your fate. In the future you will repay me for this boon in full. Begone, Phantom. Your head begins to spin and viscous drops slither down your cheeks. You blink, and you are no longer looking at Theodora. It is the traitor, Voitvir, just as fluid and ephemeral as the previous apparition. The same terrifying voice seethes from his lips. The aspirant vowed to return with a trophy, a relic that could serve the edge of daybreak. The fate was assured and the steps chosen, and yet, you broke the unbreakable when you took the aspirant's place. I see you. On the day when the final dawn rises over the Iron World, I see you by my side on that day, the day of my resurrection. The image is scattered by invisible sorcerous winds, and you see Adira, her eyes aglow with the same sinister flame. Your image is woven into the tapestry of things to come. I'm the will of the weaver of destinies, and today I will weave a new thread of elusive possibilities and fickle chances. The thread that will lead you out of the maw of irreversibility. The thread that will help you find the keys to salvation. The thread that will guide you and the weapon of our return to me. A cavalcade of hazy glimpses of a future yet unknown passes before your eyes. A flash of crimson, purple. The images replace one another in a violent kaleidoscope without ever letting you get a proper look at them. Through the rippling mirage, you see a twisted image of Abelard, the loyal seneschal of the dynasty. The path is set, child of the dawn. Thread is woven. Follow it, servant of mine. Ravor turns around and looks up at you. He hesitates for a few moments, then addresses Abelard, who is standing next to you. Seneschal, the Navigator's Sanctum is silent. The Vox signal is stable, which means the Navigator gave up his life battling the storm that nearly claimed the von Valancius flagship. We will honor his memory along with those that died today. Ravor does not look away. He's given you a hard stare, his white brows furrowed. Seneschal, will you tell us now? Who is that? Where's the Lord Captain?
As First Officer, it is my duty to inform you with the greatest regret and indelible sorrow that Lord Captain Theodora von Valancius is dead. May her memory never fade from the annals of the dynasty.
We need a lot. We need a new engine seer. We need a new navigator. We need to clean this mess up.
By right of blood succession, and with the absence of other kin who could challenge this decision,
say nothing.
it is hereby declared that the successor to Theodora von Valancius is her heir, the rightful inheritor of the warrant of trade, and the title of Rogue Trader. The official ascension ceremony will be held at a later time. In the interim, have you lost your tongues? Hail your lord. It is because of his toils that we all still live.
Yeah.
The deed is done, Master. My apologies. I meant to say Lord Captain.
The treachery of the Master of Whispers was fruitless, but victory came at a great cost. Lord Captain Theodora von Valancius perished along with her heir, Edelthrad, and thousands of crew members. Yet hope remained. For the second in line to the Rogue Trader dynasty survived.
Those are very slow subtitles.
Sacrifices made by the Lord Captain in the name of his own ambitions.
Okay, I'm gonna take the midstream break here. I just need to get up, use the bathroom, and then grab a snack, and then I will be right back to it. Don't go anywhere. I'm not going anywhere.
Great to see it It's great to see it all.
Enjoy Winston, the cigarette that gives you real American taste. Winston, the great American cigarette.
Did you know that nearly 2 million visitors arrive in Hong Kong every year, spending over $4 billion to boost our economy? You know how it is when you travel abroad, how much you welcome a friendly face. Well, that's just how our visitors feel too. So let's make them feel at home. Then our visitors' contribution to Hong Kong's prosperity will grow. Courtesy. When we travel, isn't it something we all want?
Stay tuned for exclusive coverage of English League football in Viceroy Big League Soccer, hosted by Brian Moore. It's coming up next on Purge.
When you're in France enjoying your favorite cognac, you may be surprised to discover that while the French don't know your drinking games, they admire your taste. Martel Medallion VSOP. We in Hong Kong are not the only ones who appreciate Martel. It's the largest selling cognac in France.
For spring fashions nobody in their right mind can ignore, come to Lane Crawford.
Remember this?
Yes, it was our anniversary. You remembered this year.
Hello, what's this?
Oh, have you forgotten? It was the dress I bought for your surprise birthday party.
Life's full of surprises.
And here's your business flight to Jakarta.
You can depend on East Asia Bank AmeriCard Visa all over the world. And it doesn't cost you a cent to join.
Well, that's that then.
Next month's our holiday. We better remember our Visa card.
You can depend on it.
In Thailand, the Jumbo has been serving us faithfully for centuries. He is hardworking, reliable, and very comfortable. All this is true of our latest breed of jumbo, the Boeing 747. Thai have chosen this beautiful creature to carry the many people who want to ride with them all over the world. It may not be as useful on the ground as our local jumbos, but it's much better at flying.
The Lee Garden smile makes you welcome every day. The Lee Garden smile means we're happy when you stay, because there's so much to do and enjoy every day. The Lee Garden smile.
When you've got friends coming to stay, book them in the Lee Gardens.
The Lee Garden smile means you're welcome.
You're welcome.
Shoes. Shoes to win the hearts of almost everybody at Lane Crawford.
A tradition of reliability with the technology of the future. 1980 Mitsubishi Lancer, available in 1400cc, 1600cc, 4-speed, 5-speed and automatic models.
Lancer.
Four people were hurt in this accident. 2 were innocent victims. 2 caused it. Because of the stupidity of the pedestrian and the driver, this child, an innocent bystander, was maimed. Be careful when you cross. Be careful when you drive. Road accidents wreck lives, other people's, as well as your own.
Seiko time is now 8:34 p.m.
The accuracy of quartz, the beauty of Seiko. Quartz dress watches for ladies by Seiko. Seiko Quartz. The future never looked so good.
DVD Pearl, a whole new world of entertainment.
Viceroy Big League Soccer is brought to you by Viceroy, the #1 selling cigarette in Hong Kong.
The most important thing in a cigarette is taste. Fresh from the USA, Viceroy has the right taste all the way through. Full flavor, full enjoyment. That's why of all the imported cigarettes, Viceroy is the most popular. Because Viceroy has the right taste all the way through.
Enjoy nature with Good Companion for natural freshness and great American taste. Good Companion, exclusively made for those who know what the best tasting cigarette should be.
Back just in time for a cigarette ad. Big Tobacco does sponsor the stream, so... Hello, I'm back. I fixed myself a snack, so I will not be reading out text while I eat. So if it's not voiced, you'll just have to read it. And of course, it's immediately non-voice text. Yeah, you're just gonna have to use your eyeballs and just read what's happening while I get this snack in me. So it was a coup. They were deliberately attacking the ship's leadership. Okay, ship meeting. Yeah. I haven't the time to be listening to every last officer on this hulking rig. Abelard, give me a precise... What are the major problems and what needs to be done? $2,000 people? Oh, look at that. I'm almost done. Sorry, I'm almost done. Xavier Calcazar. That's an Inquisitor name if I've ever heard one. White people love to have names like Xavier Calcazar. Okay. Alright, I finished my food. I'm good now. Lady Theodora was set out to the Lord Inquisitor's right-hand man, one Heinrich von Kalox, an interrogator. All I know is... Wait, I know this. I read this on the note. Okay. I regret to inform everyone that Brian is now in charge. Brian is the boss of things. For all of the bad... for all the ill that entails. The Psyker is suffering some ailment or dark madness. She insisted on seeing the rogue trader. I was also hoping to approach you for personal requests, but it can wait. Speak to me when you have time. Okay? Daybreak. Abelard, bring the witch to heel. Yes, I have a crony. I have a crony to yell at people for me. This is so good. Class, cease your buffoonery immediately and report the reason for your intrusion. Damn it. She presses her fingers to her temple in desperation. Your lordship, there's one thing. I was trying to see the immediate future and it hit me so hard, my head is still spinning. Something very strange is heading our way, and I can't make out what it is, no matter how hard I try. A single word is all I can make out. Daybreak. Or maybe it's dawn, and it's ringing, and ringing like an echo, like a bell, but if it's daybreak, then why is it so dark? We cannot extract any information of value from a single word. Can you tell us anything else, Mistress Glass? Oh, she's confirming Dawn of War 4, let's go. No, not yet anyway. The voices are going berserk, all shouting at once. I can't make any sense of it. As soon as I know or sense anything, I'll report it, alright? Lord Captain, if you want me to take a closer look into your future, find me on the bridge and we can talk. Lady Theodora was well served by my whispers on many occasions, and I'm sure you would benefit from them as well. Briefing concluded. Good job, everyone.
Lord Captain. As you wish, Lord Captain. What would you like to know?
Fucking typical. As soon as I finish my food, like, now we get into a voiced bit. Oh well.
I used to be an officer in the Navis Imperialis. No. Used to be is not quite right. It was not simply a job. It was my calling. The essence of my life. I was proud to serve Lord Captain Theodora, but in my heart and mind, I'm still an officer of the Imperium. I met Lord Captain Theodora on a mission where the Imperial Navy was providing reinforcements to the rogue traders' army on one of the frontier worlds. Our acquaintance was not easy. Working with people outside the Navy hierarchy has never been my strong suit. It was to my great surprise then, that after the mission's completion, I received a referral to leave my service in the Navy and join the rogue traders' personal council. It was a difficult choice for me, but I saw in the offer a chance to serve the interests of humanity even more effectively than in the Navis Imperialis. You do not need me to tell you just how remarkable a person Lord Captain Theodora was. I recognized her at once as a true leader and formidable creative force. One who had built a protectorate amidst the dangers and wildness of the Expanse. You could say there was no one among the Naval Command who was willing to impede the wishes of the rogue trader. To do so would be to risk their own position and their relationship with Theodora. The Lord Captain possessed certain contacts in the Imperial Navy. Contacts which she used to request help during the conflict on the border world. And which enabled her to make me an offer that resulted in my joining her retinue. The Navis Imperialis is an ancient institution with its own mandates and muster lists. On occasion, in the heat of an official briefing, or an informal discussion, I violated those rules, determined to press my point. It is challenging to choose the words to accurately express my opinion on a situation or the actions of others that do not sound overly scathing or confrontational. Many in command were inclined to view my manner of speaking as unbefitting a person of my rank.
Oh, so he talked mad shit. Nice, I like that. The way you talk about Theodora, I'm beginning to think you're in love with her.
What? Lord Captain, any allegations of improper feelings or unsanctioned relations are utterly baseless and bordering on the insulting. Utterly baseless.
Yes, I'm sure. Do you have a family?
I am a widower. I'm a father of 4. And if my information is not outdated, a grandfather of 11.
Oh, damn.
My family lives on Dargonus. None of my children express any eagerness or aptitude for serving aboard ship. And I would hardly have insisted that they follow in my footsteps. Of course.
Let's talk about things that may be useful to me as a rogue trader.
A noble aspiration, Lord Captain. I am ready to acquaint you with all the particulars that interest you.
Outline the situation in the Coronis Expanse for me.
This is a topic for an official briefing, not a casual conversation. But I will try to answer succinctly. And if you permit, in my own words, the Coronis Expanse is considerably removed from the heart of the Imperium. This means that local warp routes become useless within months. Established pathways are regularly subject to attacks from all kinds of rabble. And in the only major port, the Imperium's frigates find themselves moored alongside pirate vessels. Until recently, the Coronis Expanse could hardly have been called a region of the Imperium. The situation has changed with the arrival of the Lord Inquisitor, but not by much. This place operates under its own rules, you see. More radical, so to speak. But ones that allow for a non-standard approach where there is a promise of victory. The Coronis Expanse is considered rogue trader territory for a reason. Only rogue traders have sufficient military might, audacity, and the rights granted them by the warrant to survive the leap into the unexplored part of the Expanse, and in the event of a successful outcome, to hold on to whatever they manage to capture on the frontier.
And who are the main players?
In the first instance, you should treat official representatives of the Imperium with respect. The Expanse may be on the fringes, but it still numbers among the territories of the Golden Throne. The arrival of the Lord Inquisitor has turned the Coronis Expanse into a less wild and uncontrolled region, to the regret of some individuals who had grown inured to the local lawlessness. Rogue traders such as yourself are also servants of the Imperium. They have been accorded special rights and powers. They wield immense authority within their territory, and they enjoy absolute respect in other parts of the Expanse. The most powerful of them are Caligos Winterscale and Incendia Bastal Chora. Tread carefully when dealing with either of them. If we are to speak of unclaimed territory, which is what Footfall is, among the scum that dwells on that handful of asteroids, there are 3 factions that wield considerable influence in the sector. The first is the Kazbala Commission, organized crime in its most primitive form. It holds sway over the Liege of Footfall, and has links to rogue trader Winterscale. The second faction is an offshoot of our shining ecclesiarchy, followers of St. Drusus. They are actively building their forces, and hold influence over rogue trader Chorda. And finally, the third faction, the Explorators, a wing of the Adeptus Mechanicus. They are willing to die and kill for the secrets of the ancient technological heresies that are hidden among the stars of the Coronis Expanse.
Tell me about Conrad.
You know, Lord Captain, I am no admirer of fine art. But when we next find ourselves in a civilized port, with time to spare, I will promptly find an artist and commission a portrait of the individual to whom you refer, with a hole between the eyes. Conrad Voigtveer. That he committed his treachery and escaped with his life was an unforgivable oversight. We both served Lord Captain Theodora for many years, and we never saw eye to eye. He was brash. He was never afraid of assuming responsibility, and he willingly took on difficult tasks. I am loath to admit it, but the Von Velatius Protectorate continues to reap the fruits of his labors to this day. His service always garnered my respect. But everything else about him made me want to wring the neck of that two-faced snake. If you are taking comfort in the thought that we will hear no more of Conrad, prepare to be disappointed. You thwarted his plans, his meticulously plotted and nurtured treachery. He is sure to attempt to strike at you, and he will use his contacts and knowledge of the Protectorate to do so. The only question, Lord Captain, is whether you will be able to anticipate his next steps.
Well, I anticipate I'm going to need a new Master of Whispers.
As you wish, Lord Captain.
I must take my leave.
Lord Captain.
The corpulent man in lavish clothes bows before you, not without difficulty. A servo skull whirs over his shoulder while the fingers of his augmented hand drum against the sheath of papers he is holding, and he regards you with an attentive interest through the lens of his magnifying implant. Greetings, your lordship. Generous Danrock, at your service. What is it you do on my ship? As the High Factotum, my duties encompass anything that might enrich you and your protectorate. I see to it that suppliers deliver all shipments on time, that our partners do not weasel out their promises, and that all servants remember that the Emperor's grace can only be earned through the toil for the good of the von Valancius dynasty. I also make arrangements to ensure that our hold receives less than thorough inspections by port customs officers, and I find buyers for whatever you wish to sell. Okay. How did you come to serve the dynasty? I come from Dargonus, your lordship. I've been the subject of your dynasty since birth and have always strived to be of use to the great rogue trader. Alas, it was not my fate to be the primary heir of my own family, due to my being the 15th in the line for the title, so I decided not to stand in the way of those behind me, in case they attempted to shorten the waiting list at my expense. While my brothers and sisters schemed against one another, I studied the exact sciences and mastered bookkeeping, the greatest art of the Adeptus Administratum. I will admit that the accumulation of wealth, something one can control, is far more exciting than hunting, carousing, and the other traditional amusements of my noble peers. What was it like working with Theodora? He's the fact checker and makes annotations about any comments you might make. Damn. Oh, now that's a tricky question, your lordship. Do you ask it of everyone, knowing they risk losing their head should they let slip a careless remark about your predecessor? I shall put it thus. Working with Lady Theodora was never boring and always profitable. The Imperium has billions of subjects, and very few do what they love and what they are best suited to. I would say Lady Theodora was one of the fortunate ones. She was a model rogue trader, and she surrounded herself with those who excelled at and loved their work. Hers was a rare talent indeed. I wish to know what you think of your fellow crew members. Keeping tabs on your subordinates? A wise move. Tell me who interests you, and I will endeavour to be as honest as possible. What do you think of Abelard? Lady Theodora managed to do what even the Imperial Navy could not. Teach Master Wessarian to carry out orders that he fundamentally disagrees with. I do not know what methods she used, but the result is impressive. Having said that, there is something else you need to know. Lord Captain, your seneschal is capable of being something far greater than a mere conduit for your will. He possessed the cunning and experience to run the Protectorate possibly whenever Lady Theodora was away, and that really is saying something. Keep an eye on that old officer, I say, or alternatively, turn him into a faithful ally. I'd like to hear your opinion of Conrad Voigtveer. I hope I never see him set foot aboard this vessel again, not even as a servitor. Although, he would be able to do at least some good that way. Someone has to clean the latrines after all. He gave us all quite a fright on that ill-fated day, Lord Captain, and still, to speak candidly, I never enjoyed Master Voigtveer's company, but I believed him to be a man who knew how to do his job. Regretfully, I was mistaken. It turns out Conrad lacked the most important quality for a Master of Whispers, unwavering loyalty to the rogue trader, and his failing came to light in the most deplorable manner. What do you think of Voxmaster Vigdis Ptolemy? Ah yes, the Voidborn. You know, in my family, we used such creatures as quarry whenever we went hunting. Mutants are the bane of humanity, an unseen tumor that threatens to end us all. But I digress. In the brief time Ptolemy was spent in post as Voxmaster, I have not noticed any significant flaws in her character or anything that would make me question her professional capabilities. Needless to say, she is very diligent, as is any Voidborn seeking to earn their master's affection. I believe you can trust in her skills and loyalty. I want to know more about the people who buy our plunder. Of course, Lord Captain. What interests you exactly? What do the followers of St. Drusus acquire from us? The Drusians still hope to bring the Coronis Expanse into the warm embrace of the faith, just as their flock hopes to receive the aid of the Drusian missionaries. Each crate of food, shipment of clothes, or box of medicine marked with your seal is a sign of the rogue trader himself believes in the sect's future success. Reverend Hieronymus is the first among the Drusians, and is most often seen in Footfall's grand atrium. A gloomy fellow, but some almost believe him to be a saint. What about the Explorators? Members of the Explorator Cognizance fleet, which has been roaming the Coronis Expanse for a good while now. Omnicia knows what they're hoping to find, but Their acolytes regularly show up on inhabited worlds, seeking bits of sacred knowledge, tracking down mechanical relics, and sniffing out Xeno artifacts, if truth be told. Supposedly they want to save the ignorant rabble from corruption. A tech priest named Opticon22 does business with us on the fleet's behalf. He can be found at the docks on Footfall. And what about the Casbalica mission? Masters of the cold trade, immoral criminals and notorious crooks to the last man. The mission is but one branch of this mafia gang that's taken root in the Calixus sector. You can do business with them as long as you take the necessary precautions. They are led by Vladimir Tokara, who has recently appointed himself Liege of Footfall. Of course, he is a trusted ally of the rogue trader Winterscale, but he will not refuse you, another of the Emperor's anointed. If you wish to talk to Vladimir, look for him in the Liege's palace on Footfall. And the Fellowship of the Void. A pompous name, is it not? In truth, they are a gang of pirates who are forever squabbling over loot and territory. However, some of their little flotillas need supplies, or can take all cargo off our hands without asking questions. Of course, there is always a risk that these scoundrels will change their minds and attempt to board us instead, but so far our macro cannons have managed to keep them in line. They say Riza Calvaria speaks on the Fellowship's behalf. The Adeptus Amassacus on Footfall is rumoured to be her favourite haunt. And why are we giving away our spoils to these people in the first place? To profit from them, of course. Most of these things you find during our expeditions are complete junk to one such as yourself, but the less fortunate and affluent servants of the Emperor think them treasures, especially when they are bestowed by the great rogue trader himself. Drusian fanatics and pirate cutthroats, Casbalica dealers and explorators, none will refuse our help in these dark and trying times. There may come a time when we shall be the ones requiring aid, and it will be beneficial to have allies willing to provide it. Okay, let's change the subject. I wish to bolster my retinue of skilled fighters. Oh, okay, so this is where you make, like, custom characters. Yep, okay. Right, she wanted to speak to me. Yeah, you can make custom companions like in other games, like in Path of Exile, Pillars of Eternity. But I want to roll with the story characters. The tall, middle-aged woman stares straight ahead, her eyes vacant, as she rubs the implant at her temple. Her collar is undone, and one of the clasps is on the verge of falling off. Sensing your presence, Idira turns her head towards you and offers you a crooked smile, even as her eyes look right through you. About your abilities.
What are you talking about, Lord Captain?
I'm concerned about your level of control.
Lord Captain, there's nothing to worry about. I've been on this ship just short of 10 years. Would Lady von Valancius have kept me on if she wasn't sure about me? I mean, yeah, sometimes stuff happens. Small stuff. Like when I hear things. Sometimes what I hear is so clear it becomes real to me. But even ordinary folks have bad days, don't they?
Where do you come from?
Lyra, an outlying world in the Heathen Stars region. In the Coronis expanse, the deeper you go, the less visible the Astronomicon gets, and the less people know about the Imperium. The arrival of a rogue trader is the best thing that can happen to a world like that. The very best. It's an out-of-the-way planetoid between two faint stars. On Lyra, a dozen local tyrants fight over 5 measly continents. But they use everything they can to win, from poison to psychers. I haven't been there in many years, but there's nothing for me to miss. Trust me. But here on the ship is a different story altogether. I saw more wonders in my first year serving Lady von Valancius than I'd seen in my whole life on Lyra. Like my first journey through the warp, I was in bed for 3 days. I felt like supernovas were exploding in my head. I only found out later that I'd gotten off easy. Just through the bulkhead in the bay next to mine, a whole team turned into... Look at me rambling on, Lord Captain. Pay no attention.
Wait, is she unsanctioned? You never finish your story.
It wasn't like it was a very fun trip, Lord Captain. But look, if you want to be entertained, I'm the woman for the job. I'll entertain you with one of the stories from my collection, no problem. But if you want to hear about the time I melted everyone in the bay next door, well, I just don't really want to go into the details on that one, alright?
Sanction? No, that's not how that works, though. Sanctioning is like an actual ritual. What did you do before you came on the ship?
Oh, I embroidered wall hangings in honor of our national heroes. I did the same thing I do here, Lord Captain. Divining. Our rulers prized the ability to see into the future. Every psyker that could be found was worth a small fortune on Lyra. There's no such thing as a peaceful life on Lyra. People like me were especially sought after. They'd pick psychers up wherever they found them, buy kids off their parents, even just abduct them. Take me, for instance. I got taken from my street gang. The older kids sold me when they noticed there was something off about me. The ruling dynasties had schools where they trained us and beat us black and blue. And then they packed us off to serve. Some of us held on for a long time, but others didn't last. Not everyone's as smart and talented as me, you know. Some people crossed the line and were out of commission before their time.
And how did you end up in the Rogue Trader service?
Theodora von Valancius paid a visit to the ruler I was serving at the time. I don't know what the visit was for, and it's no business of mine anyway. I can still remember the way the voices in my head changed when I looked at her. They were practically screaming. She had so much behind her, and plenty ahead of her too. As I gawped at her, all of a sudden I heard a whisper. A hint, a suggestion, nothing more. But I know the difference between idle chatter and a real threat. I seized my chance and approached Theodora. I managed to whisper a couple of words in her ear before the wardens dragged me away. They beat me and locked me up. No wonder. It wasn't my place to converse with outsiders. And then Theodora's people came for me. They broke down the wall, butchered the guards. Also, I could tell them my warning in full. So I said the rest, but I didn't want to go back to my old life. And so I entered the service of the von Valancius dynasty.
Have you ever been off the ship?
A few times. Not many. And if I think about it, why would I want to? I've got everything I need here. All the whispers I hear are familiar ones. They almost feel like family. And if I want to hear about the nightmares off the ship, I can. After some Amisec. But don't go getting the wrong idea. If I have to, I'll follow you to the edge of the galaxy.
Let's talk about something else.
Of course, Lord Captain.
Have you got a story for me?
You bet I do, Lord Captain. Okay, so we went to Footfall once. Well, I mean, Lord Captain Theodora went to Footfall a lot. But on that occasion, she took me with her for some reason. My day had gotten off to a bad start. My head had been yammering since I woke up, but there was nothing else for it. I had to go. We arrived at the place, and what a place! All the gentlemen and ladies dressed to kill, showing off their encrusted implants, all clustered around little tables. Well, turned out it was a gaming den. And not just any gaming den, but one run by somebody with deep pockets for people with just as much cash to splash. You should have seen it. People gambling away planets in a game of regicide.
Oh, they're playing Age of Empires
so
too?
The Lord Captain wanted me to help her beat some guy. So I tell her, the chips won't land in your favor. You'll get a bad hand. Don't sit down at that table, your ladyship. But did she listen? Of course she didn't. If there's one thing she never lacked, it's stubbornness. So they sat down and the cards were dealt. I'm hovering around like I'm not involved, but I'm keeping my eye on things. And everything in my head keeps getting louder and louder. Anyway, it's a good thing I realized in time that my mind wasn't going haywire over a losing hand, but something else. I made some excuse to drag the Lord Captain up from the table and took her away from that place. And a few minutes later, the room where we'd been... It turned out some wise guy had the same bright idea to bring a pet psyker along with him. One of those ones who just scuttle around in Footfall's underbelly. And the psyker just freaked out, I guess. After all the commotion, people went to see what happened in the room. And they'd all gone for each other's throats. Literally. With teeth. And I think they completely detached that asteroid from Footfall and pushed it off into open space so it would head off toward the local star.
That is a funny story. Thank you, Adira. What's it like being a psycho?
Lord Captain, forgive me. But it would be like talking to a person born blind about colors. I could spend hours explaining, but it wouldn't make any sense to you. Every psyker feels their connection with the warp in their own way. One person might see spots and shadows out of the corner of their eye. Another feels fingers running down their spine. As for me, I've got a door in my head. One that's open just a crack. There's no way to close it, no matter how hard I try. I've just had to get used to the whispers from the other side. When I need to use it for work, I listen in more closely. But I usually just try not to notice it.
And what would happen if your door burst open?
Well, if the door opens, that means somebody's planning to come in, right? But screw them. They're not coming through. Trust me. I know how to keep my valuable head locked up tight.
And how do you live with this whispering in your head?
Training, habit, and a little amasec and a couple other things you can get on the lower decks. If you put all those together, it makes things bearable. Sometimes I even wonder if I'm imagining half the voices I hear. You know, when life on board gets a little boring. Better than listening to the living, anyhow.
And can you see my future?
All right. That's what I'm here for, after all. So, I'm just going to lean on that door in my head a little more, prick up my ears, and listen to what the warp's got to say about you. If you'll allow it, I can listen right now.
Yeah, sure.
All right. Let's hear what they're whispering about you. Seek not on firm ground, but in a golden hall suspended in the void. There waits a child without kin, but with a name blind to truth. She draws the brush across the canvas and does not notice that her palette is full not of paint, but of blood. And with each smear, this well does not deplete, but fills and fills up to the brim. One thing is clear. When this vessel overflows, none will remain unstained.
Oh, that's not good.
Among the blind men and false prophets, a red-robed sage seeks the answer to a question. He does not know that it is not the answer he must seek, but the question that will draw everything into focus. Will you help him, Rogue Trader? But mark that sometimes ignorance is sweeter than oblivion.
That sounds like a tech priest to me.
A chained hound chases after glimmers of the aurora, but sparks in the scent of oil confound his nose. The chain trails after him. What will happen if you pick it up? Will you become his master, or merely another beast in the pack of his true lord?
Oh, could be.
The glow of dawn bursts forth from its prison. Dungeon walls cannot contain the dark essence wallowing in the dust. A naive cub pushes his nose into a familiar hand, one that holds death in twisted glass. Cherish it or cast it off as a burden. The sword of change has already been raised. What is one more life to it? I'm sorry, Lord Captain. The voices are going wild. I can't make out a thing. I'll try to rein them in, somehow. But for now...
Did you know Theodora well?
None of the officers knew the Lord Captain well. Not even Abelard, and she was always closer to him than anyone else. She told me from the off that if I ever listened to anything in the warp about her without her permission, I'd be going out through the airlock. I'm not an idiot, so I never stuck my nose where it didn't belong. Only when I was asked. It's hard to wrap my head around the fact that she's gone. Lady von Valancius gave me everything I have. She opened the stars to me and the paths between them. I still think I can hear her voice.
Things are strange between you and Argenta, isn't that right?
The little sister is afflicted with her own set of voices. Ones that whisper to her about corruption and heresy. The silly girl doesn't realize that if she wants to find the source, she needs to start by looking in her own head.
Okay, now let's hear this augury that she has. I'll see you, DV.
All right, let's hear what they're whispering about you. I'm sorry, Lord Captain.
Oh, okay.
The voices are going wild. I can't make out a Of course.
Okay, so where is Argenta? She must be up this way? Oh no, she's down there. I can go to my quarters though. So let's see what that's like. The hefty tome contains schematics of the flagship of the House von Valancius in addition to a plethora of notes, copies of reports, and other documents. The majestic portrait painted by skilled artists greets guests who have been granted permission to enter the quarters. Well, we're gonna need to get this replaced. Certainly. Okay, that's storage. And we have a personal cogitator. Kickstarter backers. I imagine that's that. Cracked data slate. The final transactions of the Chartist are complete. The fiery reckoning is now fully equipped. The object has been loaded aboard with its containment intact and placed in the forebay to ensure maximum contact with the target. Voidfair's mistake cost me too much. Years of work, tremendous resources are wasted. He has failed at what he was supposed to be irreproachable at, uncovering spies. And this one was a senior officer. I'm not about to discard him. Conrad has served me for too long for his removal to go painlessly for the Protectorate. Besides, he is no fool. He could not have seriously expected to become the next in the von Valancius line when his skills and talents as Master of Whispers are so valuable. Let his disinheritance serve as a humiliating but instructive lesson from which he may yet learn. Okay, that's the mistake she referenced then. Secret door? Oh, this is the, yeah, this is the vault that we woke up in. Okay. And what do I need for this? I need heretical adherent. Okay. Let's check in with Argento. Oh, we can speak of the Master Helmsman. Lord Captain, Master Helmsman Ravor, at your service. You're a Voidborn, are you not? That I am, born into a helmsman clan in the bowels of a chartist vessel. Studied the family trade until I was 15, then my entire clan was butchered in a mutiny by lower hold scum. They spared the young'uns, of course they did. Kids of implanted connectors make great navigational servitors, but I was having none of it. They weren't going to make a servitor out of me, so I escaped into the crawlways, and then I spent months picking them off one after the other. Got me talking up a storm. Anyway, yes, I'm Voidborn. I like this guy. Finish your story, Ravor. Not much to tell. I gutted everyone I could get to, and then I fled upward to the middle decks. That's where the auger operators took me under their wing. They've apprentice helmsmen of their own up there, you see? Nobody asked me any questions, so I stayed. I grew up, trained, got smarter, then ended up a junior helmsman. A dozen years later, Danrock spotted me and lured me away, the cheeky blighter. Do you know anything about a ship named the Fiery Reckoning? I've heard the name, that much I'm sure of, but I can't recall the details. I wonder if it was part of the operation that the late Mort was put in charge of. If it was, then there's nothing I can tell you, Lord Captain. The whole thing was kept under wraps. Your best chance would be to ask the High Factotum. Maybe some of his treasury records have mentions of this Fiery Reckoning. Tell me about the Voidborn. I mean no disrespect, but you do better to find someone with a knack for conversation like Tollyman, the new Voxmaster. I ain't the talking type, I just get the ship where she needs to go. Best let folks stick to what they do best. What can you tell me about other officers? Good for nothing wasters, that's what they are, each and every one. Take Generous Danrock, that highborn weasel. He fawns over the officers, but some of the deals he makes would get him burned alive. He drags other people into his schemes so they can take the fall for him too. One of my junior helmsmen was ferrying goods from Footfall for him, got caught by the Seneschal, and it ended up at the Void Hatch. Danrock couldn't care less. The Voxmaster, another Tollyman like the last one, Void Rest him, is no better. She cut off half the Vox channels the other day she took up her post. Said the Vox systems were damaged and the Enginarium had no content of other modules. But how am I supposed to steer the ship? Collect the cogs reports of the power of my mind? First officer was Sarian. I can't stand him. Like every Navy officer I ever met, he doesn't know a thing about controlling a vessel in the void, but he puffs himself up all the same and throws his weight around. Me and him have had to have words a few times before he left me alone. Thank the Emperor, Lady Theodora trusted me more than the Seneschal when it came to helming the void ship. Then there's that woman, what's her name? Class? Lady Theodora brought her along wherever she went, and look what happened to her. I wouldn't be surprised if it turns out it was that witch that delivered her to an early grave, just like countless souls before. I don't see why anyone would want that walking calamity on their ship, but some would disagree. They say she's friends with a young Tollyman, you know? Or at least she used to be. Do you like anyone at all? What kind of question is that? I like you. I must take my leave. Right, let's speak of Argento.
Rogue trader.
Tell me about yourself.
About me? I am the Emperor's daughter and his servant. What else is there to tell about me?
Tell me about the Adeptus Sororitas.
Gladly. There are none more faithful to the God Emperor than my sisters. We fight against his enemies by the will of the Holy Ecclesiarchy. I beg your pardon, Rogue Trader. Here I am talking about what every lesser noble in the Imperium knows. So what exactly are you interested in hearing about?
They say they're the fierce warriors of their faith among the warriors of Imperium. Is it true?
It is. The Sisters of Battle are a fire lit by the God Emperor. They are the echo of his voice that travels through the dark expanses of the universe. We bring his wrath to heretics, mutants, and other enemies of humanity. We protect the faithful from the unholy and unhallowed. Sometimes with words, more often than not with a bolter.
What order are you from?
Once I had completed my novitiate, I was sent to the Calixian branch of the Order of Our Martyred Lady, assigned to the Order's Pronatus. The Order's mission is vital and noble. The Sisters Pronatus protect great relics of the Imperium. We guard them, preserve them, escort them when they are brought onto the battlefield or presented for pilgrims to venerate. And we seek out the relics that have been lost. Neither a coven of heretics nor the most wicked death world can deter Sisters Pronatus when their goal is to return a piece of the great legacy of the Imperium into the hands of the faithful.
The Order Pronatus is not one of the Order's militant, and yet you are a trained fighter.
Don't let the name deceive you. The Order's militant trains sisters to march onto the battlefield as an army. That does not make sisters who belong to the non-militant orders timid and helpless. Both the solace-bringing Sisters Hospitaller and the enlightened Sisters Dialogus know how to greet enemies of humanity. Their dialogue with heretics is usually quite short, with the last word being a bolter discharge.
I like her too.
And my order has all the more reason to be known for the martial prowess of its sisters. We are the keepers of the Imperium's relics. What would become of our blessed hero's legacy if the Sisters Pronatus could not protect it?
You said you belonged to the Calixian branch of your order. What brought you to the Coronis Expanse?
The Order sent me to Footfall. My undertaking was to assist the local priesthood of Drusians in caring for a sacred reliquary that had been there since the time of Parson Mr. Wayne, the station's founder.
Are there any other members of the Adeptus Sororitas in the Coronis Expanse?
None that I'm aware of, but the Sisterhood's orders are many, and can operate independently of one another, sending their sisters wherever their presence is needed as deemed by the Ecclesiarchy. Perhaps somewhere in the Lord Inquisitor's retinue, may his path be blessed, my sisters perform their duty as we speak. I wish it were so. Even a single evening spent in joint prayer and training would bring me joy.
I have no more questions.
Should any more arise, keeping them to yourself would be imprudent. It is a virtue to take an interest in holiness.
How did you end up on Theodora's ship?
I first came here when I found myself in need of passage from Footfall to a remote planet. But I imagine what interests you is not that first journey, but rather what brought me aboard prior to the pirate attack. That story is complicated. It just so happened that I made a mistake. In a moment of laxity, I was ambushed by the accursed followers of the archenemy. I was badly wounded. Lady Theodora came to my aid and brought me aboard her ship, while her crew attended to me in my weakened state. It all happened not too long ago. I'd barely recovered from my wounds when the pirates struck. Truly, the servants of evil know no rest. There is no place where we can be safe from their machinations.
And what happened to the people who wounded you?
Sadly, they did not. Lady Theodora was in a hurry and chose not to stay on the planet. Her people took me to a ship while I was unconscious, and when I came to my senses, we were already flying away. How I pray to come face to face with those heretics once more, and it's bound to happen someday.
Where did this happen?
On one of the recently discovered planets in the Expanse. No one suspected that it had already been tainted by the filth of heresy. Had I known it beforehand, of course I would have been on my guard.
We could go to that planet and deal with the Chaos Worshippers.
The path to that planet was lost. All the knowledge is gone, along with the previous navigator. It would take immense effort and resources to rediscover the route. The heir to the von Valanci's protectorate must have plenty of other issues to deal with right now. Perhaps later, when the skies above our heads have cleared.
What was it like traveling on Theodora's ship?
I hadn't been here that long. Just one journey from Footfall, and the other journey, the majority of which I spent in the confines of the Medbay. I can't tell you much about the first voyage. I was more focused on prayers and ruminations than on the people around me, or the journey itself. During the last journey, Seneschal Viserion stood out for me. He came by several times to ask about my health. He's an honorable man and a loyal servant of the Imperium. I think he is as meticulous in his inspections of the logistics systems as he is in his inquiries about the health of the occasional sister of battle aboard the ship. But not all of Theodora's people have earned my trust. You know who I'm talking about. There is no place for Adira Tlas among the God Emperor's faithful. I'm surprised she wasn't in league with the pirates. And I'm equally surprised by how deep heresy and treason run in this place. I'm glad we all made it through that dark hour. May the day that follows be bright.
You mentioned making a mistake.
It happens even to the best of us. My mistakes are my burden to bear. I'll find a way to atone for them.
I don't have any more questions.
As you wish.
What is it that's keeping you on my retinue?
This ship was targeted by heretical pirates, which means that my presence here and the assistance I provide to you are my sacred duty. Sooner or later, I will likely have to return to Footfall to protect its reliquary. But for now, I wish to remain a part of the Rogue Trader's crew.
You might be of use to me, so I have no problem with your presence. You said you have a personal request for me.
I indeed have a request, Rogue Trader.
The accursed servants of chaos who assaulted the ship took the lives of your loyal crew members, and they orphaned many children, including the progeny of the brave officers who defended their posts until the bitter end. I don't know what customary practices there are for cases like this in Von Valancia's territory, but in the world I'm familiar with, the children of such brave souls could expect to receive some special consideration. Perhaps the Rogue Trader could meet with the orphans. What good would meeting them do? Oh man. What would Brian do here? I mean, I feel like he wouldn't resist the opportunity to deliver a speech. Like, he's a big shot now, right? He gets to deliver speeches. Yeah, no, we'll deliver the speech. This is gonna be a disaster. A group of adolescents, clearly dressed in their finest, freshly pressed clothes, form a straight line before you. Some stare at you with wide eyes like you're some sort of mythical creature, while others huddle together in fear and look away. Our indefatigable sister has been keeping an eye on these pups. It is hardly the scholar progenium in here, but we have provided the orphans on our ship with adequate care and instruction. Some of you may die. Brave ones, the master of the ship has appeared before you, the one who guides it through the darkness of the universe by the Emperor's will. Greet your Lord Captain, the Rogue Trader of House von Valancius. Oh no. No, we're here to deliver a speech. I, the Rogue Trader and Lord Captain of this ship, speak to you now. Your parents gave their lives for a just cause and brought honor to the Von Valancius banners and those of the Imperium. I am proud of them, and I believe that you will become their worthy heirs. Yeah, no, we're gonna Lord Farquaad this. I'm gonna give a speech about how good it is that they're dying for me. So what? Why should we care? Our friends and parents died in their dozens for you, noble lot, and you just give us speeches. Punish the troublemaker, put the rest back in their bays. This audience is over. Oh no. Their comportment leaves much to be desired. I hope they'll be molded into worthy servants of House of Alliance. Punish the troublemaker, put the rest back in their bays. Young ones, you won't recognize them in a year or two. They'll learn to salute and speak only when permitted by their superior officer. But right now, clowning around is all they know. Argenta rubs her temple pensively. She smiles and offers a few more words of encouragement, then leaves the bay. Brian sucks. I hate Brian. He's such a prick. Some of you may die, but that's a sacrifice I'm willing to make. Okay, have I haven't spoken to the Voxmaster yet. That's the only person I haven't spoken to. A thin, pale woman stands out among the rest of the crew. There is a thick bundle of cables coming out the back of her skull and disappearing under her ceremonial garment. You see the grate of a quietly humming Vox where her mouth would be. The woman sees you and bows her head in respectful greeting. How may I serve you, Lord Captain? What are the Voxmaster's duties? I am the ears and voice of this void ship. I supervise several dozen officers and 3 times that number of support personnel. We receive, send, encrypt and decode all incoming and outgoing messages through the ship's internal and external channels, and we also ensure clean communications and the optimal efficiency of the crew's Voxcasters. If you ever want to know what worries and concerns your crew are harbouring, what your subjects are whispering about in local networks after their watches, and what their leaders are clamouring about over shortwave Vox transmissions, just come and see me. I will satisfy your curiosity. Why do you look so weird? My appearance comes from my heritage. Generations after... Oh wow, she didn't even react to that. Generation after generation of people who spent their entire lives in the depths of this void ship. Neither we nor our ancestors have ever left our home, but the same can be said about many denizens of the Imperium's million worlds. We are used to the silence of the cosmos and the voices of the ship. There are thousands of us, but we dwell far from the Lord Captain's upper decks and remain unseen. We are the Voidborn. Where's the term Voidborn come from? Because we are children born in the void between the stars, be it the womb of a travelling vessel, an orbiting satellite, or a forgotten asteroid station. Low gravity, voyages through the warp, and the countless dangers of space travel, everything others hate and dread is second nature to us. Tell me about the lives of Voidborn in my crew. To us, the groans, creaks, and murmurs of the ship sound the way babbling brooks and singing birds do to world dwellers. What's wrong with your face? We hear the ship breathe, know what it is feeling and thinking. We are part of the ship just like it is part of us. We perform numerous functions and there are many officers among our number. Some maintain order and prevent mutiny, others serve as shepherds and support the crew, and some devote themselves to mending the body and spirit of the vessel. Most of the Voidborn are members of large void ship dynasties that bear responsibility for a certain aspect of the ship's life. For 300 years, the main branch of the Ptoleman dynasty has produced the ship's Voxmasters. Most of our subordinates come from the cadet houses of the dynasty. How do you find life on the ship? Life has been quite generous to me, Lord Captain. I'm the Voxmaster, and only the best in the dynasty can become one. By virtue of my skills and position, no one has ever denied me anything. Our family claims a spacious section for its domain. I also enjoy long walks through the narrow and dimly lit corridors of the ship, listening to the sounds of her activity, falling asleep and waking up to the chanting of hymns, and admiring the stars beyond. And how do others on the ship treat you? We look, speak, and move differently from the inhabitants of the planetary worlds. Our way of life, traditions, and quirks frighten these people just like the darkness of the cosmos. Many believe us to be the bringers of ill fortune, and alas, it is the Voidborn who get the blame for the terrible warp phenomena during the longer voyages. Several years ago, an unfortunate warp jump caused all food on board to spoil. 15 days later, a hungry and furious crew nearly massacred everyone on the lower decks, blaming us for the misfortune and hoping to restock the larders with our flesh. I would have been killed during the mutiny had Idara class not shown up in the right place at the right time. She came to my rescue, and the scoundrels' fear of her was even greater than their fear of the Voidborn. Looks like you're close friends with Adira. The Void Ones seldom make friends, especially among the captain's entourage, but you see, many consider Adira to be different. I am different too. We spend plenty of time in each other's company discussing regicide over a glass of Amasek. Except Adira changed after one incident and we started to drift apart. The death of the Lord Captain Theodora made her withdraw even more. I do not know if Adira considers me her friend now, but we used to be very, very close. It is good I can still look after her in my own way. Aww. Interpreting the Voxmaster's emotions based on half a face and a Vox-modulated voice is no easy task, but you managed to catch the undercurrent in Victus's words. The Voxmaster is not merely saddened by her rift of Adira, she is devastated by it. Have you ever left the ship? Oh, I did once, and it was dreadful. I felt like the massive blue dome overhead could shatter at any moment and fall, and my bones would be crushed by the gravity. The ship is my home, Lord Captain. I will not trade it even for the bounty of 100 worlds. Have the Vox Spirits brought you anything interesting lately? No. Connect me to the vessel's main channel. I wish to bolster the morale of the crew. You address the crew with a rousing speech and hear your voice roll through the ship, reaching even the normally quiet corners of the vessel. When the broadcast ends, you hear distant shouts of approval. Okay. That's where he gave his, like, Lord Farquaad Shrek speech, yeah. Some of you may die, but that's a sacrifice I'm willing to make. Okay. Unidentified void ship. What we have here, Lord Captain, it's not very noticeable, but there's a void ship sitting in the local asteroid field. Sure is quiet, like it's huddled up there on purpose. It's not like I'm surprised. The thing is more scrap heap than ship at this point. Somebody sure went to town on it. We're registering critical damage to the hull and depressurization of several compartments. Oh, there's an incoming transmission now too. You hear us? Do not require assistance. Pete, do not require assistance. Copy. Keep following. They'll pass us by, won't they? Emperor protects. Lord Captain, I'm told our augurs cannot determine the allegiance of the vessel. To be brief, there is an unidentified and badly damaged vessel within an asteroid field near the Riccardi Filia colony that is refusing help. Which, not to put too fine a point on it, has not yet been offered to them. Can we establish communication that the vessel identify itself? Do not tell him. We're done for. This is Thunderfang. We are a merchant vessel. Do you copy it? We are a private merchant vessel. A merchant vessel. Of course they are. Damn my stupid head. Where did I hear this name before? Thunderfang. Give me a damage report. Telemetry shows multiple hull breaches, most likely caused by the guns of a combat ship. Several compartments are leaking air, the bridge has almost been completely obliterated, 2 of the engines are critically damaged. Someone gave them a thrashing so solid they barely managed to slip away. Why can we not identify you? Why? I don't know. What if? Certainly not. Our vessel is badly damaged. Damage is preventing the correct He doesn't know what he's saying. We assure you, Thunderfang does not require aid. Your vessel was badly damaged. What happened to you? They're like bickering with each other. We were just flying, minding our own business, straight out of the blue and opened fire. Miracle we could get away, Emperor protected, and then more fire. Void only knows who. Roast our tail, bombed everything. Our folks are left without our help. We never got to them. Thunderfang, stop playing games and explain again what you forgot in the area, and this time I highly recommend the truth. We are from the Fellowship of the Void. We did not come here to loot. We're on a different business to help our own out of jail. We already had our chronos cleaned. How about striking a deal? Our hold is full of plunder. In case you're unaware, Lord Captain, the Fellowship of the Void is a disorderly assembly of several dozen pirate factions in the Coronis Expanse. They consider themselves above regular heretics solely because they sometimes have vox conversations with those who they are about to board. Or up to me, I would make them eat a salvo from their macro cannons to shake the scum loose from the decks. They certainly deserve it. I would wait on destroying the vessel if I were you. Although the moral aspects of their livelihood do cause some awkward questions, Fellowship of the Void remains a major supplier of goods to the local market. Perhaps you'll find dealing with them acceptable, especially when jumping to warp is impossible. Yeah, we'll do business. Flamer. Right, so we have a profit factor of 10, which means that we can just receive anything that's under a profit factor of 10. And we'll sell them some heretic trophies. Alright. Hey, I got a flamer. I know who I'm putting that on. Okay. I think this is where the Void Master would be. Lord Captain reporting, the heralds of the Navis nobility come to maintain Vox silence, perhaps due to the Urek V being off limits to visitors. We intercepted signals from the beacons drifting in the station's orbit. Demands are clear. We are told to turn the ship around immediately. We have also detected an accumulation of space debris near the station's docks, presumably as the remains of interplanetary shuttles. Perhaps the esteemed Navis nobility houses require aid, and therefore cannot respond to our Vox transmission. Scan the station. The officers from the Orca crew performed full scan the station, but the information is imprecise. They note wave distortions of unclear genesis that are throwing off most of the readings. We are able to ascertain that the reactor core of the station is still active, but many compartments are unpowered and some are fully depressurized. The signs of biological activity are largely present in the central module, which means the station has not been abandoned. So why are the heralds ignoring us? Contact them again. I'll negotiate personally. I'm sorry, Lord Captain, the station does not reply even after an official greeting by a rogue trader and the declaration of your intent to negotiate in person. This is outrageous. Turn back. No one dares give me orders. No, Lord Captain. Of course not. Order the crew to commence docking. Begin scan. Alright, let's check out what's happening in here. My guess is there's some kind of disease on board, but I guess we'll see. Oh my.
Pathetic worm. You dare to argue with your master?
It was not you whom I swore to serve within these walls. My lips are sealed.
Confess. What was the old man's last command? What are you planning?
Give up, Keeper. You have lost this battle.
We're getting nowhere with these ones, sir. Permission to execute them.
Wretches, you'll be consigned to oblivion for your transgressions against House Orselio. Mortal Emperor, deliver your servants from peril. Prayers will not help you, servant of the damned. In the name of House Orselio, I command you to execute the infidels. No step further. Master, we have some strange guests on the station. A tall man stops you of a gesture when you approach. Blood is trickling down the pearly scales of his weary face. And not just his own blood. Two jet-black unblinking eyes are watching your every move. And the third one, the mark of a navigator's fate, is menacingly pulsing behind the lowered lid in the middle of his forehead. Step back, or I'll unleash all the horrors of the Sea of Souls upon you. Emperor, be my witness. Answer in High Gothic. I am rogue trader Brian von Valancius, and I am no enemy of the Navis nobility. The system has been under the protection of the Windscale dynasty for many years. Admittedly, I did not expect to meet another rogue trader in my lifetime. And since fate has brought such an important person into my abode, allow me to introduce myself. Before you stands Felix Christoph August, keeper of this station. So you did not come to offer support to the traitors. This is great news. Having said that, you must understand that Uruk V is a holy sanctum for House Orselio, and the path to it only revealed to a select few. It pains me to say you are not on the guest list. Provide me with a navigator and I can immediately depart. I do not think this is possible. Uruk 5 is not an observation station. We do not sign contracts and do not provide navigators. We delve into the depths of infinity and chart the movements of the warp storms, and besides, you have chosen an inopportune time for negotiations. What is happening on the station? Betrayal. A most banal thing in the life of the nobility, don't you think? Nobilites? Theobald Orselio, the second keeper of Uruk 5 and my mentor. On his instructions, my own people sabotaged the generators, blew up the shuttles, and brutally massacred the loyal servants of my mistress. Most unforgivably, they dared take her prisoner. Greedy scum. I swear by the throne's light, their souls will perish in the darkness of the void. The madmen have captured Lady Cassian and are now torturing her upstairs while we are idly chatting down here. Help me rescue her or be gone, but waste no more of my precious time. What kind of help were you talking about? I would never ask you for such a favor under different circumstances, and yet... My Lady Cassia's well-being is above all. I haven't got many people left, and my wounds are too deep for me to act with precision and swiftness. But you may actually succeed. In order to ascend to the Mistress's chambers, you'll need to remake a holy relic sanctified with the blood of Lady Orselio herself. This is the control rod of the elevator machine spirit. I have one part and the other was lost during the mutiny, but even this relic will be of no use unless the elevator mechanism is powered. Why should I help you? I promise we'll reach an agreement that you will find satisfying. Yes, okay. How do I remake the control rod? I have a phylactery containing the mistress's blood. It needs to be taken to the laboratory, which is located behind one of the reliquary doors. The most ancient of sacred mechanisms will help to rebuild the rod, so the tech priests ceaselessly performed the rites of the appeasement, so that the machine spirit would serve the house in its time of need. The fateful hour is now upon us, and how am I supposed to power the elevator? The station's main cogitator is situated in the guard room. Just enter the correct command sequence and the sacred mechanism will do the rest. Well, if it's so simple, why don't you do it? I never said the feat would be easy. The path to the laboratory and the guard room is blocked by the very same madmen who took over the station. They will not negotiate and are not afraid of displeasing the Navis nobility or incurring the Emperor's wrath. They bow only to brute strength, something which I currently happen to lack. Yeah, that makes sense. The rogue trader's aid will cost House Orcelio, but you should rejoice, for your mistress will live. Felix's reply sounds curt and tired. So be it. Hurry, the mistress's safety is all that matters, but should you fail, our arrangement is finished. Okay.
That wasn't so difficult.
The corpses were mauled by a force far beyond any mortal capacity. The faces are twisted in pain and the hands are fused with improvised weapons. Tools, scissors, and cutlery. Ooh.
In this tapestry of a world, I am the rogue thread.
Nice.
Curiosity sings in my veins.
A bit of a scuffed execution. Oh yeah, when they were executing the guys. Absolutely.
Experience. Nothing matters more.
A tantalizing anomaly.
We should deal with this.
Never doubt me. I
Patience.
better myself through
my
my service.
nerves are frayed.
Okay, she's got a nice statue. Oh my god. Stand firm! We must not let the miscreants defile House Orcelio. Wait. Who am I helping here?
Another annoyance.
None of you shall survive!
She's so good.
I'll do it. Faith without deeds is worthless. None can escape the Emperor's judgment.
Oh, she only got the one. Oh, damn.
I'll do it. Right is a prayer.
Fucking rip, jeez. Holy shit.
A genius at work. Schemes within the schemes. You are marked for demise.
Anything else?
Ooh, kill him. Kill him.
Tried and tested tactics are the best ones. At your beck and call. Go on. I will do my reduce to dust.
Hell yeah. Oh shit. I gotta get out of here. Yeah, I'd run too. Absolutely.
The enemies of the Emperor will be undone.
Ah.
What is my muse? Let's see. Ah, fate claims another one. A wicked thought.
High momentum.
What? I take it the 40k universe has very large bullets. Yes.
Pain and duty go hand in hand.
Too bad I'm still standing.
Yeah, everything in 40k is over the top.
I know what is to come. I'm not so sure. On it.
I mean, bolter rounds are also explosive munitions as well. They're basically bullet-shaped grenades.
Follow my lead. It will be done. Once we were target. At your beck and call, reduce to dust.
God, Abelard. Abelard fucks. There's no other word for it. Abelard fucks. He's so good.
Let's see.
Still doesn't have line of sight. That's annoying. There.
Cover me. Will do. What an unfortunate turn of fate.
Nice. Intercepted conversation between security officers. Tremendous honor. Yes, but this promotion will transfer the entire squad to the child's personal guard. By the God Emperor. Well, you are a strapping lad. You'll probably make it for a cycle or three. It was worn down better men than me. What even is the point if your brains turn into mush? I may rip out my eyes like Amos did. At best, I'll just go bonkers like that little shit stain that kept stealing our loot. Oh, what happened to that one? Threw himself out of a depressurized chamber because some voices told him to. Calm down, Keeper Felix said the squad will not have to save the child for long. He even gave us a little leeway. Unlike that fish-eyed, be quiet, he might hear you. You know what I mean, he almost bust our heads because someone forgot to check the catering unit. We haven't let in a single outsider in over 10 years, but Keeper Theobald keeps finding things to fret over. Imagining shrieking if he finds out Keeper Felix didn't make us inspect the hangar after Lord Windscale's most recent visit. Throne forbid. I tried to stay clear of the squabbles among the Highborn. Some of Keeper Felix's orders make little sense. Like that time he commanded that we cut off communications with Rykad Minoris for a while. Why would he do that? It looks like he just grew tired of the Windscale Science visits. Well, it's always a pleasure to aid Keeper Felix. That's right, if the Highborn have grown tired of each other, let them deal with it. Gimme loot, gimme loot, gimme loot. Armor? Yep, thank you. Las gun? Yeah, okay, we're getting the good stuff now. Okay, what about the las gun? 5 to 7. Oh, yeah, okay. Oh, lots of chest plates here. Sword, scrappy auto pistol, las pistol. Okay.
What lies beyond? Genius triumphs.
Statue by the famous Calixian sculptor and chronicler Zacharias Vernon the Magnificent, the 23rd year of the Millennium original.
There will be no peace in my wake.
More goods, thank you.
A mere setback.
Hey, what's that?
Meteorite chunk. Ooh. Ripper auto pistol. It doesn't do as much damage as the others. Yeah, I'll hold on to that, I think.
In this tapestry of a world, I am the rogue thread.
Must be a way for to unlock that. Oh. A good majordomo attempts to nurture only the finest of flowers in the garden that is their master's life. Therefore, new seeds for the garden must be weeded out with the utmost care, so that the garden's trees may yield the sweetest fruit. The lessons below will help you separate the precious seeds from the vile thorns to cultivate the perfect garden for any lady navigator. Make sure her rooms and garments are clean. Never offer her the same dress presented earlier in the cycle. Offer a glass of fresh water upon waking. Taste each dish and every drink before serving it. Master the style of master styling her hair. The total times that 5 servants can spend on arranging their mistress's coiffure should not exceed 3 revolutions on the chronometer. A faithful servant lives for their mistress and will gladly gives their life for her as well. Yeah, okay. Oh, I forgot to grab it. There we go.
One step at a time, amidst the madness.
The Whispers told me a secret.
The Emperor favors me today.
Almost walked into that.
Patience? My nerves are frayed.
Idira, stop castigating yourself. Your soothsayings have always been vague. Even if you had her, who among us would have realized that it was Lady Theodora who was in peril?
What lies
Would
beyond?
you look at that?
Ooh, interesting. I can't disarm that one.
I'm restless.
There we go.
Duty prevails.
Curiosity sings in my veins.
Did you hear the screams? Move! Sir, are you alright? We can't hear anything. Now I see. You're in league with them. Is this an insurrection? Yes, indeed. Death to the traitors! Sir, what are you doing? Get hold of yourself, sir! I know you're all traitors. Traitors, all of you. They told me, they whispered. Hey, who are you?
In this tapestry of a world, I am the rogue thread.
Keeper Theobald graciously agreed to provide samples of his skin growths so he could study the influence of the rebellious immaterium on the flesh of the Navis nobility. Just as we thought, navigators are positively resistant to the restless currents of the warp. God Emperor truly does shield some people against the corruption and misery. Let us get back to the study of mortal flesh. Another servant will be carried in shortly. I must ready the organ extraction equipment. Adamantine dust and black water. This was the worst idea that could have entered my mind. God Emperor be praised, I am lucky to still have my head on my shoulders after this reckless experiment. Nevertheless, we did make an important discovery. The adamantine seems to protect the fail fresh of the lowborn to a degree. Having said that, not even the macerator could handle its temper, so we should probably introduce a more complex compound into the formula. All of the data related to the experiment were recorded to data crypt K040H. I'll get back to them later once I'm done with experiment H410K. Have I mentioned that the chunk of meteorite found by keepophilic subjects is completely useless? Although, its shining granules could be used to make new paints for the child. Yes, I think I'm going to do exactly that.
There will be no peace in my wake.
The cogitator's vid screen is covered in cracks and stained with dried blood. The buttons, switches, and levers were ripped out of the control panel with exceptional cruelty and scattered around the sacred mechanism that now sparks and hisses in agony, still refusing to perish. Awaken the cogitator. You turn a view of the remaining dials and pull the activation lever. The cracked vid screen of the sacred engine flickers. The cogitator's insides emit creaks and groans and the lumens oscillate at random. It takes a while, but eventually the machine spirits do grant you access to the cogitator's systems. Request data on the station's navigators. Fella Corselio, alive. Theobald, alive. Calamira, dead. Alexius, dead. Rasmus, dead. The child. Rapid heartbeat, elevated body temperature, stress levels exceed the permissible status. Examine the log. Vox report 12AH. This is Officer A282. Do you copy? Several generators overheated in the lower levels. Chambers A to D are unpowered. The tech priest crew sent to investigate the problem is not responding. Officer H123 speaking. 200 servants have perished due to explosive decompression of the living quarters. We've located traces of mechanical interference. The preliminary cause is officer sabotage. Crews 5, 6, and 9 are cut off from the main compartment. We have enough oxygen for 20 minutes. May the Emperor save our souls. Senior station officers, this is the captain speaking. We attempted to contact the Windscale Scion for help, but something is jamming the signal. We never received a reply and cannot be sure it was even sent in the first place. A rescue team is not coming. We are on our own, so remain vigilant. Anyone could be a traitor. You hear me? Anyone! If you're in doubt, shoot to kill. Yeah, if you hear this over the PA system, it's not encouraging. The servants close to the child have started butchering one another again. Again? An order came from above to have their remains reprocessed. The negotiations with the Windscales were a success. A new batch of servants will arrive in 10 moons. Escort them to the laboratory at once. It is imperative that we increase the new retainer's resistance to the child's powers. Data expunged. Couldn't get access to the restricted logs, unfortunately. Oh, so
They will see. Oh, yes, indeed. They all will see.
Chaos is here.
Ooh, another notch.
Long Les. Yes, that's what I've been waiting for. I think I'm going to have her snipe. I think she's going to be my long-ranged combatant. I think that's going to be the best thing for her. This is just a straight upgrade.
Failure is a bitter taste. Oh, applaud my brilliance!
Nothing's impossible for this old officer.
Noble silk gloves. Ooh. Who else has tech use? 30, 30, 30. Okay. No one.
Patience! My nerves are frayed!
Your seneschal is always there for you.
What lies beyond?
Oh shit. That one. That one. That one. That one. That one. That. That one. Yay. Excellent. Good shit. All right. We don't need to call the planet for help. I don't want anyone else knowing what's happening here until I'm done exploiting the situation for my own profit. Ooh. He's got his nightmare vision goggles on.
In this tapestry of a world, I am the rogue thread. Genius triumphs.
Amniotic
intriguing.
Amniotic fluid. Well, that's not good. They all just lost their minds. Please don't kill me.
There will be no peace in my wake.
Okay, the child's influence on the psycho-emotional state of various representatives of the Imperium. Lowborn male. Signs of acute stress. The majority perished of blood loss within a day of being placed in the laboratory chamber due to the inability to hold the discharge of ocular secretions, and the body's subsequent replacement of these secretions with the connective tissue of its internal environment. The individuals with the greatest resistance to the sacred child's resonance died within chronoturns later. Extensive wounds in the abdomen, presumably inflicted by a jagged piece of metal. Death was caused by strangulation with the subject's own intestines. Jesus. It's like I'm reading a bad creepypasta. The subject's final shouts exhibited concerns over abominable tentacles and void worms, hallucinations prescribed to their own internal organs. Lowborn female. Died within an hour. Most had their tongues bitten off or their jaws badly dislocated. Some test subjects lacked the physical strength to separate it from the rest of their skull. Cause of death, severe head injuries caused by impacting the walls of the floor. A paralyzed patient who lost the ability to speak due to the shock caused by a manufacturing accident, male. Noted a tingling sensation in the deteriorated tissue. During his visit to the child, the test subject smiled and started humming, most likely to carry some plebeian tune, and then attempted to address the servant who brought him food. A lengthy conversation was prohibitive due to the servant's lack of a tongue. A defective offspring of Lord P. Orselio, pronounced unfit for studying the high art of navigation owing to the mutation of tissues required for the installation of the obligatory augmentations that merge one's consciousness with the vessel. Additionally, they display an overall feebleness of mind, female. The test subjects mirrored the child's actions for 3 days. On the 4th day, the child became upset after hearing the news about the untimely defense of Amos Cantarelli, an officer of her personal guard. As a result, one of the test subjects peeled away several layers of tissue from her face and died from the resulting massive heart attack. The last surviving test subject was executed for attempting to contact the child. Lovely. Oh, this is a puzzle. Okay. This is a puzzle. More and more servants being influenced by the Immaterium, and it has nothing to do with the child's more frequent tantrums. We've discovered the corrupted flesh of the mutated reacts most unusually to the crystals we purchased from the Winterscale dynasty. I strongly recommend finely grinding the reagent to catalyze the reaction. Do not use acid under any circumstances. Trust me, you not like having to tend to the burns for the next dozen turns in a row. This calls for something more basic. Those are the items I've been picking up.
Curiosity sings in my veins.
Okay, so there's 41OK and 040. Oh, fuck me. I'm gonna have to remember all this shit. Okay, hang on. Okay, so OH was the first experiment. Huh. I mean, I don't know what I'm trying to make is the issue. I can make something here, but I don't know what. Like, do I want to follow the instructions? Do I not want to follow the instructions? Acid, black water, biogel. Black water. I don't have anything I could put in here.
What is that?
I have no idea what I just made. Adamantine dust. There we go. I think I got it wrong. Okay, I think I'm gonna do a certain amount of trial and error here. I just got an achievement for visiting every location in the game, so good to see that's bugs.
A tantalizing anomaly.
Okay, let's try this again. I'm missing something here. Motherfucker. Okay, is it the other log? I think it's the logs that I'm getting wrong. I think it's the logs. Okay. Navigate flesh. Oh, what's the other one? Okay. Black water, adamantine dust. Okay, hang on. I'm just looking it up. I don't want to do this. This is a very obtuse puzzle that I don't think is very well designed. Okay.
They will see. Oh yes, they all will see.
Okay. Mutated flesh sample. Okay. Biogel. Crystal dust.
What curiosity unveils itself before me?
Adaptive antidotes. Grants immunity to toxic damage and inflicts a -10 penalty to toughness at the end of combat. Thank you. Flesh sample. OH. Unidentified acid. Adamantine dust.
What is that?
And then apparently the last ingredients are just red herrings and they don't do anything. So I'm just going to use them to get them out of my inventory. And also because I want to blow this fucking machine up. I'm missing an ingredient. Never mind. Got a level up. That was lame. I'm sorry. I just instantly lost all patience with the puzzle and just looked up the answer. Okay. I've already got commanding voice. Yes, get focus. And we will increase fellowship. Okay, for him. Taunting Scream? No, Sworn Enemy. Carouse, Athletics, Demolition, Medicaid. Let's go Athletics. Whenever an operative triggers an exploit on an enemy, the operative gains +1 damage and +2% armor pen. Yep, take that. I'm going to give her ballistic skill. Also ballistic skill. Get dash, yeah. Okay.
Patience! My nerves are frayed!
Alright, back to the elevator.
An expected result.
I remade the control rod, didn't I? The crossroads. There are two paths, both stained with blood, both leading to the accursed eye. They all wear masks, so poor and flimsy, they fall at the slightest touch. One hiding a blind man, the other a traitor. Who is who? Do you see more behind the masks? They say tearing off the masks is your concern. One is paved by blind fate, the other with hatred and treachery. Both lead to tragedy. You simply have to decide what kind of tragedy you like most. Thank you, everything is clear now. Hand over the key. The lowly insurgents got their hands on a weapon that suppresses my navigator powers. Their absence makes me a living target, but this weapon is useless against you as the bunch of lunatics wielding it. I humbly ask that you deal with the scum huddling upstairs and hurry to adorn my mistress with the relic of her house, a sacred amulet against all evil. Recent events have badly disturbed Lady Cassia's psyche, and warp entities always lust for weaker souls, especially when the veil grows thin. You two will be safe next to the charm. And what will I get in return? You'll get everything you wanted, a loyal navigator and the undying gratitude of House Orselio. Very well. Oh, look at her. A pale figure with unnaturally long limbs stands with her arms raised, her hands deformed with talon-like nails. Her deathly pale face is coated with blood that continually streams from her scarlet-misted eyes. Her spiny gills, slightly hidden under her disheveled hair, twitch nervously at your approach. Only now do you realize the third eye on the young woman's forehead, hidden by a jeweled ornament, and when your eyes meet, you sense overwhelming, soul-smothering power. You're enveloped by despairing grief, and an invisible hand closes around your throat, cutting off breath. Your limbs seem full of lead. Your heart hammers in your chest, and the desire to turn and flee from this room in this station almost gets the better of you. At the last moment, you master your emotions, and your will pushes back against the illusion, forcing it to retreat. Ow, ow, ow! As if my own little pals were bad enough, now this one's barging into my head. Someone stop her. Heresy. Lady Cassia, I'm here to help you. Please calm yourself. She wearily shakes her head and lets out a drawn-out sound similar to both a sob and the howl of a small wounded animal. What is happening? Was someone calling my name? Are all the betrayers dead already? And who are you? I'm not gonna piss her off. My presence here was requested by your faithful servant, Felix. The heavy-set old man, who has been kneeling nearby, erupts into low sobs. His eyes, swollen from crying, dart desperately around the room, as though the veil of ignorance has just been ripped away from them. The child! Lady Cassia, where are you? Sacred child? Throne preserve! You! The old man shifts, revealing his face to you. It is threaded with jet-black veins, and his bulging milky eyes bear a striking resemblance to those of a dead fish. A sickly sweet scent assaults your nostrils, as if the old man's flesh is rotting inside his decaying husk. My eyes fail me, for they are unable to make you out as either enemy or ally. I'm warning you. One wrong move will bring the House of Orselio down upon your head. This one's so deranged it's making the whispers shriek like crazy. He might just open that eye of his. Threatening the head of the dynasty is a grave offense, esteemed, whoever you are. Coerce. I mean you no harm. I came to seek the navigator's aid. I grant you do not look like pirates who have come coveting the riches of a wrecked station, or like scoundrels in Felic's service. So, who are you? Abelard, introduce us. His Lordship Road Trader Brian von Valancius, heir to the greatest protectorate of the Coronis Expanse and bearer of the sacred warrant of trade, extends his greetings. Another rogue trader in our corner of the galaxy? How interesting. Your kind always makes an appearance in desperate times, ready to cut a deal that benefits one side alone. Given that you have not so far drawn your weapons, your intentions are probably peaceful. And so House Orselio now asks a service of you. Save the life of the child in exchange for future cooperation. Do not hurry to answer, think of it. You can make yourself an ally or an enemy of our house today. I want to know what happens between you and Felic. Felic is my wayward student. He came to Urak 5 as a callow youth. I personally mentored him and entrusted him with the care of the child. He was like a son to me, but he proved to be just another traitor. He sought to steal our most precious treasure, the heir of our house, our sacred child, to revel in power of others like him, casting our house into the abyss, to pervert the centuries-long traditions of our family. You can see the fruits of villainy for yourself. He decided he was not bound by his duties to the legacy of the greatest of our Novators, Tisiphone Orselio, who led our house to prosperity for countless years. Foolish boy. The renegades clouded his mind. They sought to seize control of the dynasty before the sacred child had come of age and take up the Novator's throne. So choose whose side you are on, a murderous traitor or the lawful scion of a noble house. I've had enough of this navigator feuding. That's it, I'm leaving. What is this curse? The sacred gift given to our child. When the child is sad, we all weep. When the child smiles, we all laugh giddily. If the child wants blood, the world turns crimson. The child's will is the will of the great Tisiphone, for she is the heir of House Orselio. You look scary. You are not supposed to see me or Felic or the sacred child. Navigators are highly paid for their loyal service to the Imperium according to his will. No one would dare judge the guides of humanity, the chosen of the Galactic Sovereign himself. Felic accused you of treachery. Why should I trust what you say? Defending myself before strangers, I never thought I would fall so low. If the child's life were not at stake, very well, I have no choice, or proof of my innocence. I can give you my word as a member of the Navis nobility. If the honest word of an honourable man counts for anything of you, I guarded the station against calamity and incursions from within to the best of my ability. I forced the wardens to strictly observe security protocols, I personally selected every servant, and I faithfully protected the child during the coup. How could you lose control of your own station? Do not thrust my errors in my face. I am twice your age and twice as wise. Take my advice, trust no one but yourself and the Emperor. Even those closest to you will betray you for gold, power, or a far-fetched idea of a bright future. What do we do here? Who do we trust? If anyone. It's kind of he said, she said, right? She said there was a traitor and a blind man, so it looks like Felic is a traitor. What would be the Brian thing to do here? I could kill them both and just take her. She'd be a hostage. That's a possibility. Yeah, you know, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna kill them both.
Oh, glorious spectacle of your demise.
You dare cross the faithful?
As the Emperor commands, I act. I'll do it. I refuse. As the Emperor commands, I act.
Through the smoke and gunfire! A genius. A new note in discordant melody! Let's see. What if?
Target well struck.
Oh, that was good. We almost killed him. Just using reaction hits.
But of course.
Did that guy miss and hit his own guy? Yeah, it happens quite a lot in this system. Yeah, as you see there. Especially if you do like spray fire, it happens a lot.
Brace yourself, Abelard.
Doubt is for the weak.
Rip.
Let's see.
None can escape the Emperor's judgment.
I think that's... Nope, got one guy there and... Oh, there's a guy hiding up there. I did not see him.
Anything else? On it. What?
Oh my god. She, yeah, he's not coming back. He's not going to be in Rogue Trader 2.
My patience has failed me.
A tactically sound approach.
Indeed.
At your beck and call.
A genius at work. A wicked thought.
Victory is imminent. What? You are target.
What have I done? I'm rescuing you. No, no, don't run away. Ooh. Okay, that's the same stat block as the other one. That's quite nice, actually. Autogun. Okay, hang on.
Should I divine our next step?
Has to be a navigator. Okay. No, this does way better damage though. Okay.
One step at a time, amidst the madness. There will be no peace in my wake.
More stuff to steal?
Tapestry of a world, I am the rogue thread.
That guy got bullied? Yeah, he did. We locked him in the confidence corner. Almighty Emperor be praised, my beneficent mistress is safe. Wonderful, this is wonderful. The weight of the world has been lifted from my shoulders. You monster. Cassia flinches at Navigator's words and clenches her fist. Her sharp nails dig deep into her soft skin, drawing blood. Her face, however, remains dispassionate. Traitor. Traitor? What is the meaning of this? You murdered my only defender and dragged me straight into the arms of the traitor who doomed Uruk 5. Forgive me this little lie, you served the noble cause of liberating House Orselio like no other, for which I'll be forever grateful. Oh, he's gonna betray me. I was gonna betray him. However, the house's reputation must not be jeopardized by your testimony. The girl is a curse on all Orselio. She's the legacy of Tisiphone, a beast who kept the entire house chained of fear, killing indiscriminately for any trace of descent. I had to break the shackles of her tyranny. It is nothing personal, I'm sure you understand. Hide behind Cassia? The words get stuck in your throat and your hands refuse to obey. The hatred of Felix overwhelms your entire being. How could he? How dare he betray you? His mentor, his house. You hear a woman scream as if from afar, and the veil of others conjoining emotions fades. Think I'm a monster, Felix? Have it your...
Another annoyance.
Death to his enemies!
Oh, she just killed him. Okay. Hell yeah. She just killed the shit out of him. God damn.
Faith without deeds is worthless. This is why I was chosen. I'll do it. As the Emperor commands, I act.
I've seen worse battles than this in my time. At your beck and call.
Oh, he's still up. That didn't kill him. Damn.
Strike is a prayer.
Nice. Got one of the guys with the flame damage over time.
Indeed.
Schemes within schemes. Let's see.
None can escape the Emperor's judgment.
Can I fall back now?
I will endure.
Stop mocking me.
Okay.
Doubt is for the weak.
God damn it, Argenta.
Will do.
There we go.
Tried and tested tactics are the best ones. That's not the Seneschal's job. At your beck and call.
How low can a man sink in the pursuit of power? Is
Stretch,
your
hydrate.
hatred of me
Yeah.
really so strong, Felix?
Cassia's ruby eyes fill with bloody tears as she looks at the traitor in the face, and your heart is racked by unbearable grief. Say nothing.
What are you going to do to me?
If you wish to leave the station alive... If you wish to leave the station alive, you must first sign a contract. You will undertake to serve as my navigator until I release you from that obligation.
I
beg your pardon, but what about my servants? Yurak 5 is still full of people loyal to House Orselio.
All who can be saved will be given succor on board my ship.
I am afraid you leave me no choice, Lord Captain. I agree. Now take me to your vessel.
Loot. Can't be equipped. Oh, I need more strength. Oh, okay. Okay, so that's infusing. That's castigating. And that's also castigating. Okay. And we get some level ups. Okay, so she's an officer. Willpower. Yes, this one. Steel resolve. More willpower. There we go. Oh, don't forget to loot anyone.
Curiosity sings in my veins.
All right. What time is it? Okay, I think I'm going to wrap up in a sec. That seems like a good place to wrap up. I need to rest my voice. Okay. Oh, cutscene. That's so good we get that throne. Lord Captain, Lady Navigator, welcome aboard. The Sanctum Navus has been prepared for the communion ritual. If the Lady Navigator wishes to rest in her quarters first. Your heart is beating furiously, your breaths become short and choppy, and your fingertips tingle unpleasantly. You notice that Victus is shivering slightly and the crew are glancing around in puzzlement, searching for the source of this sudden wave of unease. First, I wish to speak with the rogue trader. Leave us. When you're ready for the ritual, please let me know. By what right do you issue commands on my vessel? Do not forget that you are alive solely thanks to my magnanimity. Forgive my insolence, rogue trader. It was not my intention to weave coppery threads around you, or to appear ungrateful. What do you wish to speak about? Before I begin the ritual, I wish to look again into the eyes of the man whose fame is so great it managed to penetrate the impregnable walls of Uruk 5 long before we met. It truly is you, Brian. The person the whole expanse in Calixa sector are talking about, and now a rogue trader as well. And yet you have made it clear that on this ship my hands and lips are bound by your will. I suppose glittering fame does not guarantee equally glittering manners. Now I have even more questions than answers. Rogue trader, you took advantage of my wretched position, forced me to board your vessel under fear of death, and now you stand there expecting my cooperation. Please dispel once and for all the tenebrous fog of doubt in my mind. I am a prisoner on this void ship. Do we lie? Do we lie to her? No, you know, I'll say you're free to leave if I find someone that can replace you. Very well, so be it. I'm also deeply grateful that you saved my servants, especially my valet. Uwe served on the station for more than 5 years, much longer than any who preceded him. He knows how to properly attend to me during journeys through the Immaterium and what to serve me for breakfast. His presence envelops me in a cloak of amber. But now, I'm ready to go to the Sanctum Navis and perform the sacred rite. I require brushes, canvas, and the best paints you have on board, but no red. I shall ensure all necessary supplies are delivered. She needs it. She clearly needs it as part of the ritual. Lord Captain, I oversee the open channel between the Lady Navigator and the bridge, and may the Emperor's light help us all. Alright. Initiating communion ritual. Come here, Uwe. The exultant ring of metal freed from its scabbard, the low sob of the servant, the rhythmic drip of liquid on canvas. Oh my god, she bleeds him. I see violet vortexes lashing an ocean with a million flails, and umber shadows spinning over the surface in fiery dance. A storm rising above foaming waters, armadas drowning in fog. The path from one end to another cannot be seen. And here, beyond the wall of glass, a daughter forsaken by her father yearns for her brother, and the sun's pale disk goes in tireless pursuit. Of her? No, of me. Its frozen rays lie that spring is here. The light is deadened, the great ruler is gone. Leave her undisturbed. It appears the servants in the Navis were part of the Lady Navigator's right, as it was for her predecessor. I will arrange for the bodies to be removed. Oh god. Rogue Trader, I fear I have unfortunate news. Endless blackness is spread across the canvas, dividing what should be whole in two, and my sight cannot glimpse the light of the Emperor as clearly as before. I cannot turn around, my brush only draws me onwards, the way is blocked. By the Emperor's grace, the ritual was successful. Your vessel's temperament presented a challenge. Its cold steel grip did not allow me to breathe freely even for a second. It was as if the depths of the ship housed not only machine spirits, but something other. Now I will retreat to my chambers to recover my strength. Send for me if you have need of me. Lord Captain, congratulations on acquiring a navigator. Yay! Okay, tell me about Urak 5. Had you opted to begin your visit to the Rykhead system with a different destination, the station could have become critically unstable. Fortunately, the decision to immediately visit the representatives of Navid nobility brought us precious time. We can either send our forces to disassemble the station and procure technological components for our own vessel, or attempt to save as many valuables as we can. Loot everything from jewelry to the very last manuscript. Profit factor gain too. I would also like to remind you that we're still looking for an Enginseer Prime. Both the vessel and its machine spirits are in desperate need of oversight by an experienced tech priest. We're also missing some crew, and much more importantly, we have not yet located Heinrichs van Kalox, the right hand of the Lord Inquisitor. Now we need to know for sure he was not Urak 5, so keep this in mind for making any future plans. Thank you. Thank you, Victus. Alright, I have more profit factor, so I want to see what else I can get off of these guys. Oh, okay, Cassia is walking around, which is not something navigators normally do. My guy's just the right amount of unhinged. Thank you, Muff. It's very kind of you to say that.
Lord Captain, my apologies. I did not notice your entrance.
I see you are fond of reading.
Oh, this. I found this fascinating read on one of the shelves, and I must say, it has caught my eye. Its every chapter is written in verse. I find it so beautiful and enrapturing. Urak 5 had a vast archive of its own, of course. Although most of the works within had to do with scholarly disciplines of some sort or another. Only in my sparse moments of respite was I allowed to escape into the pages of more embellished works.
I hope that you've had ample time to calm yourself and your powers.
There are people on this ship who are far more impulsive and dangerous to others, and far less devoted to the God Emperor than a herald of the Navis nobility.
Nobility, there we go.
But I did not need your words to see the shades of umber unease that whirl around your subjects whenever I am near. Were I not acquainted with such a reaction, I could have found their behavior in your question just now insulting.
Your only attendant is your valet from Urak 5. Do my servants not measure up to your standards?
No. It is not that at all, Lord Captain. It is just that Uwe is quite capable of carrying out his duties by himself. He is well accustomed to my whims and preferences.
Cassia cringes ever so slightly, adjusting the adornment on her forehead, then awkwardly hides her clawed fingers in the folds of her clothes. The unnatural appearance of navigators often becomes the topic of gossip among lowly servants and officers alike. It is unsurprising, then, that Cassia prefers the company of one who is used to how she looks. The events that took place in Urak 5 must have shaken you. Are you well?
One should not underestimate the navigators of House Orselio, Lord Captain. Like a shawl of pale smoke, a faint malaise hangs upon my shoulders. but it will not be the slightest hindrance to my duty to humanity, and my duty to you. Lord Captain, would you kindly explain to me why you are pestering me with these questions? Inquiring about my mood and my needs, showing an interest in the books I am enjoying. You are behaving as if you possessed a shred of fellow feeling for one such as I. I beg your pardon, Lord Captain. That was no way for a navigator to conduct herself.
Oh my, why is she, like, I killed everyone she knew, aside from her manservant. I took her hostage. Why is she doing this? Hang on. I believe this conversation has reached its natural conclusion.
Yes, I understand. I offer you my apologies once more.
Alright, back to the bridge. Oh my god, stop talking to me. I just want to buy. When was my last auto? There we go. Okay, I'm going to save that. Okay. Thank you for joining me tonight. That was a lot of reading. I was warned that was going to be a lot of reading. Okay, let's just see who's streaming tonight. Zed is playing... What is Zed playing? Zed is playing Undertale Yellow. I have no idea what that is. But we'll check it out. Thank you for joining me tonight. Tomorrow will be Baldur's Gate 3. Which I'm really looking forward to. I will be playing Hi-Fi Rush at some point next week as well. So look forward to that. That game's really cool. Now, my voice isn't wrecked, it's just tired. It's not like when I tried to do the funny voice in Yakuza and I like completely tore my voice up. It's not like that. But I am going to rest my voice now for a bit. So yeah, tomorrow Baldur's Gate 3. Tune in for that. We will return to the Bard. The Adventures of the Bard. Attempting to have arguments, but then later woo Lae'zel. I think I do want to return to this, but I just have to prepare myself because it's a lot of reading. But yeah, thank you for joining me. It's been good fun to have you all here. And I will hopefully see you tomorrow. Right, I'm going to pass you over to Zed.
Oh shit! Gotcha! Hey! Hello! Greetings and salutations, readers! I have to make the screen disappear and force it. What's the difference between Undertale and Undertale Yellow? Completely different story. I am not rating anyone yet. There we go. Gotcha, proper. Yep, it is. Yeah, this one's a fan game. And it's very well done. New characters across the board for the most part. Oriel has a scarf, which makes her look super cute. Lots of audio remixes, which are also very, very well done. 7 years to make and came out 2 days ago. Yep. Okay, here we go. Shout out to Gotcha. But hi, everybody. In case anybody else is new here, I'm Zed, Tidy Lizard Thing, playing a bunch of variety games. Big onto doing the Undertale stuff right now because this just got announced and super excited to go into it. So back here, I'm gonna eat a sandwich real quick. Oh, I have a good sandwich. How do they interview these posers? You want to be a member of the Royal Guard? Yes? Here's a uniform. Start Monday. Let's look at this puzzle. This one's a perfectly nice bridge once. Remember what it looked like as a bridge. I would call it a pretty handsome bridge.